bellow contact with the Minotaur's head. The towering beast slumped forward, losing consciousness. The boy let out a sigh of relief before returning the toy sword to his stomach pouch. Ina eyed Belle for a while as he fervently denied her accusation. "Is that so? Then please tell me on which floor you encountered the Minotaur." Ina started to smile, darkly. "Belle, I can't hear you," Belle murmured weakly, avoiding her gaze. "Fifth. What? I'm sorry," Belle interjected, bowing before Ina could finish. Ina huffed. She couldn't deny feeling somewhat disappointed by how Belle had ignored her advice to only venture as deep as the third floor, but she also couldn't bear to see the guilt in Belle's expression. "I'm mad at you right now, Belle," she said calmly. Belle flinched upon hearing her words. "I know you have many unique items that can help you, but please listen to me. I don't want you to get killed down there, you know? I'm sorry, Miss Ina. I promise I won't do that ever again." Ina narrowed her eyes. "Really?" "Yes, cross my heart. Hope to die," Belle said, crossing his fingers over his heart. "I see. As long as you promise, I will overlook this," Ina said. "Really? Thanks, Miss Ina," Belle gratefully exclaimed, flashing a smile. It wasn't fair, Ina couldn't help but think. Belle's innocent and pure smile awakened something deep within her, a strong desire to protect him at any cost. "Miss Ina?" Belle called, noticing that she seemed lost in thought. She cleared her throat. "So what happened to the Minotaur? Did someone save you?" she asked. Belle shook his head. "No, I defeated it myself." "Belle, you're a level 1 adventurer, and the Minotaur is a mid-ranked monster." "Ah, you see, I have this gadget that allows me to parry, deflect, and even counter any attacks that come my way," Belle explained. "But I usually don't use it regularly, as my goddess said I need to learn the hard way first instead of always relying on it." Belle made it sound simple, but Ina's head started to ache. She had forgotten just how full of surprises Belle could be. Of course, he would have something like that in his magical pouch. She massaged her forehead for a while before sighing. "Fine, I'll accept that explanation. So, do you want to exchange the monster stones?" Ina asked. "Yes, please," Belle replied, reaching into his pouch and pulling out a small cloth bag containing several small monster stones and one medium-sized one. They proceeded to exchange his hard-earned stones for Valis. It was a record-high amount of Valis he had obtained in a day, thanks to the Minotaur's monster stone. As he placed the Valis back into his pouch, Ina asked him, "So, are you done for today?" "Yes," Belle nodded. "I also need to check on the progress of our Familia's house renovation." Ina simply hummed in response. She then heard Belle murmuring to himself. "I think I'll take the scenic route this time," he said, reaching into his pouch again and pulling out a small windmill-like contraption. "Take copter," he declared. He placed the small windmill on top of his head and pressed something on it. The windmill started spinning, lifting Belle's body from the ground. He smiled and waved at Ina. "Bye, Miss Ina. See you again tomorrow," he called as he ascended into the air, gradually becoming smaller in the distance. Ina could only wave back, wearing a wry smile. Her coworker Misha approached her. "We will never be bored as long as he's here." Misha giggled. "There will always be something interesting happening." Ina sighed, reluctantly agreeing with Misha. At a plot of land where an abandoned church once stood, numerous small creatures roamed the premises. The church, now covered in construction cloth, was constantly entered and exited by the small creatures while carrying various builder tools and items. The small creatures also utilized a peculiar machinery around the area. Descending from the sky, Belle landed carefully on the ground. The multitude of small creatures noticed him and excitedly waved their small hands. "Dora! Dora! 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 Dora!" The small creatures greeted him with their cheerful chant. Belle waved back and replied, "Good afternoon to you, Mini Doras." The Mini Doras resumed their work after the greeting. The renovation of the abandoned church had progressed smoothly so far. Belle knew that the interior was mostly completed, with the remaining tasks focused on the exterior and the surrounding land. The Mini Doras proved to be proficient in their work, and at their current pace, the renovations would be completed in no time. A young-looking woman opened the front door of the church and noticed Belle standing there. "Oh, you're back already, Belle," she remarked. "I'm back, goddess," he replied. She was Hestia, his Familia's goddess. the one who had taken him in when other familias had rejected him. Hestia styled her hair in twin tails, held by white and blue ribbons. She wore a simple white dress with blue ribbons tied around her chest and neck. Belle also noticed that she was wearing a hard helmet similar to the ones worn by the mini Doras. "Is the renovation going well, goddess?" he asked. "Yup, we still need to work on the exterior and refurnish some parts of the interior," Hestia explained. "Is there anything else you need me to do, goddess?" Belle inquired. "You've done enough for us, Belle," Hestia replied softly. "And have you had lunch yet?" Belle shook his head. "No. Would you like to eat together, goddess?" Hestia's smile brightened. "Sure, especially if you use that gadget of yours." Belle chuckled, and the two of them moved to one of the benches inside the church. Hestia mentioned that the dining room still required some refurbishment, so they made do with the bench for now. Belle reached into his pouch and pulled out a piece of tablecloth. "Gourmet cloth," he declared as he spread the cloth on the bench. "You go first, goddess," Belle offered. "Thank you. I'd like a bowl of chicken soup, a piece of bread, and an orange juice," Hestia requested. Poof! A small puff of smoke appeared on the cloth before dissipating, revealing exactly what Hestia had asked for. She happily took her lunch from the cloth. Now it was Belle's turn. "An omelette rice and a glass of milk, please." Poof! Once again, a small puff of smoke emerged, and the cloth produced a plate of omelette rice and a glass of milk for Belle. "Thanks for the food," both Belle and Hestia exclaimed before delving into their meals. Denkomaru. The Denkomaru acts as a parrying weapon and also doubles as an instant knockout finisher. The sword is built in with a sensor that will detect any incoming attacks. It will automatically deflect or block the attacks, nullifying it completely. After a deflect block, which usually cause the attacker to stagger, the Denkomaru will immediately counterattack. Denkomaru's counterattack is always very swift, dexterous, and almost impossible to avoid nor blocked. Anywhere door opens a portal to the user's demand, regardless if set or not, with several limitations. Take Copter, a small yellow-colored gadget consisting of horizontally spinning rooters guided by a thin shaft which connects to a wide base. It is commonly used for the user to fly. Mini Dora, they are sentiment automatons that act as tiny helpers capable of performing wide variety of tasks while communicating with the Mini Dora language. They appear to be capable of understanding other types of human languages. Gourmet Cloth, a gadget that is able to manifest real food as if it is conjured up from thin air. The user, may simply use the cloth by voice command. Doreamons saved a party. Eyes couldn't stop thinking about the white-haired boy. It wasn't every day that she saw an amateur-looking adventurer go toe-to-toe with a minotaur and emerge victorious. And then there was the pink door that seemed to open up a portal directly to the front desk of the guild. That wasn't supposed to be possible, right? She had heard that teleportation, whether instantaneous or through a portal, was exceedingly rare. You'd be lucky to find even a mention of it in the entire library. The fact that he had a stomach pouch that could seemingly hold an entire door confused her further. While historical items bags existed, they were typically bestowed directly by the gods and considered national treasures. Was this boy a prince from a faraway kingdom? All of these questions led her to the guild, where she tried to inquire about this mysterious boy from the guild staff. "Oh, that boy, ha! You'll get used to him." "Yeah, so you've met him. Well, he's kinda like that. He's on our watch list. The rabbit could ruin our entire economy if he wanted. No, I'm being serious here. He's cute, right? Wonder if he's still single. Ha ha." Their comments about the boy didn't answer her questions. In fact, they only added to her confusion. Why were they acting as if nothing extraordinary had happened? And what about the boy causing an economic crash? She couldn't make sense of it all. Sure, he was kind of cute, but that wasn't the point. Her rabbit hunt seemed to have attracted some attention, as she overheard other adventurers whispering about her desperately looking for some boy. "Oh, you're talking about Belle?" Finally, a name to work with. The guild advisor and receptionist, a half-elf woman, claimed to be the boy, Belle's advisor. After a few more questions, Us learned some details about Belle. His full name was Cranel, a 14-year-old adventurer who had arrived in Orario a few days ago. What surprised her most was that he was still a level 1 adventurer. That confirmed her suspicion. The boy Bell was indeed a level 1 adventurer. How could a level 1 adventurer defeat a minotaur all on his own? The half-elf receptionist noticed her perplexed expression and sighed. She then gave Ice an address and simply told her that it was Bell's residence. The receptionist said she would understand more about the boy if she went there. Ice nodded and thanked the receptionist before heading to the address. As she walked, she realized that the location was an abandoned and run-down church. Did Belle come from an unfortunate familia? Approaching the church, she saw something peculiar. Several small creatures were present, but they didn't appear aggressive or harmful. On the contrary, they were helping elderly people around, assisting them with various tasks. It was a strange sight. When she reached the address, what should have been an abandoned church had transformed into a seemingly sizable brand new church, still covered in cloth. copy made by pressing a weird doll, a copy of her that was outright keeping up with her even after she went full speed. How? No, this wouldn't do. She wouldn't get beaten by some mere copy of herself. Ooh, just watch. May increased her cooking intensity again. At the end of the day, May was left panting as she used all of her energy for today's work. It must be her new record time and quantity-wise. Yet to her dismay, she found out her copy still managed to keep up, and they ended up in a draw. Giga damn it. Copy robot, it can mimic multiple attributes of its target, from appearance, skills, and physiology to psychology and sentience. Reflecting cloth, manipulates force to deflect anything, physical or non-physical, from the user. Can be used to send the attack back to the opponent. Doreamon helped the guild and had tea party. It was a beautiful day in Orario. Birds were singing, flowers were blooming, and adventurers were heading to the dungeon. On a day like this, boom, explosions were heard from Twilight Manor. To those who lived near the manor, it was nothing out of the ordinary since it was the home of the Loki familia. Explosions, battle cries, and sounds of general destruction were a normal daily occurrence here. As one of the top familias in Orario, it wasn't weird for the members to spar with each other for training, which was usually followed by all that ruckus. This was especially true for a certain Amazoness who had a penchant for not holding back in a fight, including sparring. But today was different. Ace thrust her sword, and a gust of wind came out from it. Behind her, Lafaya cast several colorful spells. Both the wind and spells rushed towards the same target. In front of them, a calm Reveria stood with a red cloth in her hands. Reveria swayed the cloth. Whoosh! Boom, 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 boom. The wind and various spells that rushed towards her were instantly reflected by the cloth and sent out towards their surroundings. Seriously, what is that cloth? Lafaya shouted indignantly, frustrated that not even her strongest barrage of spells managed to hit it. A very interesting cloth. Reveria simply smiled as she fluttered the cloth around her, feeling giddy like she hadn't in a long time. Ace understood Lafia's frustration. She, too, was a bit miffed, but also awed at the same time. Belle possessed this powerful cloth and just casually pulled it out as if it were nothing special. Heck, he even let them borrow it just like that. Imagine what you could do if you made a robe from this cloth. It would guarantee full body protection from physical and magical attacks with minimal to no drawbacks for the wearer. If they had this back then, their dungeon exploration campaigns would have been significantly easier. Maybe Belle would let her borrow it again if she asked nicely, or perhaps he had more useful items like this in his possession. But what if he found her annoying if she asked for too much? They weren't even in the same familia after all. While Ice was busy pondering, on the side, Finn and Gareth were watching the experiment, as Reveria called it. Aye, that's some bullshit cloth. All right, Gareth huffed. He had tried to hit Reveria while she had the cloth, and boy, he never even dreamed of getting thrown several meters away by a mere piece of fabric. Yes, Finn nodded, and apparently this isn't the only strange, magical item the boy has. I asked around and found out he had one for flying, a door that can take you anywhere, and small toy-like creatures that he uses for physical labor. Gods. Gareth's eyes widened. It was the first time he had heard about this. Flying? That would help them a lot on the deeper floors. A door that can take you everywhere. They could use that to retreat back to the surface in a flash without having to retrace their steps. And those creatures? They might help them carry provisions around, reducing the need for supporters. The more I hear about him, Finn scratched his chin, the more I want him to be part of our familia. Well, ain't that the truth? Gareth sighed. Shame he is already in another familia. Yes, shame indeed. Finn wryly smiled as he saw Lafia's spell reflected back at her, resulting in the young elf panicking. Ina sighed as she put a report down but saw a whole stack more waiting. This wasn't supposed to happen, but one of her co-workers screwed up so bad that the domino effect also affected her and the rest of the staff. The weekly reports for the last 3 months needed to be redone from the start, and that also meant they had to make 3 months of thick monthly reports too. Adventure identification and new registrations, monster stone exchanges, guild-issued weapons and armor sales, familia taxes, general accounting. It was a lot of work. She and The rest of the staff didn't get paid enough to do this. What's worse was that the upcoming monsterphilia was coming soon. The preparation for it and the paperwork it needed were enough to make the guild busy in normal situations, but under their current one, it was hellish now. Ina glared at the stacks of paperwork. Done with your works, Miss Ina. Are you sure? Ina asked. I'm thankful, but this looks like a very precious item. Don't worry, I just want to help. Belle smiled at her. Besides, Miss Ina, you've always helped so much. This time, I want to be of help to you. Ba-bump. Belle. Ina's face became flustered again. It was not fair to give her that cute, innocent smile. Not fair. Her heart skipped a beat when she saw him smiling at her. Dangerous. Belle was a danger to her, and perhaps to every woman too. Okay then, now it's time for me to go. Bye-bye, Miss Ina, Belle said before heading into the dungeon. Ina mindlessly waved at Belle, her mind still replaying Belle's smile from a moment ago. Misha then approached her. So, Misha nudged Ina. When's the wedding date? Heh, can't believe our Ina's type is actually a young, cute boy, she grinned. It's not like that. Sorry about that, Rabbit, Tiona sheepishly smiled. Belle was currently being led inside the Twilight Manor by Tiona. Just a moment ago, he was being held at the front gate by the gatekeeper of Loki Familia. He tried to explain to the two men there that he was invited by Riveria and Finn yesterday. They didn't believe him, and to make things worse, they recognized Belle. Around 2 weeks ago, Belle was new to Orario and tried to join whichever familia would welcome him. Most familia said they didn't accept any new members, and some even outright mocked him because of how harmless he looked. At first, Belle tried to avoid the bigger familia, knowing they would most likely reject him. Well, he wasn't wrong. An adventurer from Freya Familia glared at him and told him not to come near them again. The Freya adventurer intimidated him so much that he just wordlessly nodded and left. Well, more like ran. Then he tried to ask Loki Familia, only to get a similar treatment, albeit less threatening. The gatekeepers didn't even glance at him for more than a couple of seconds before telling him they didn't need someone like him. They also told him that he would be better off being something else other than an adventurer. Thus, poor Belle was rejected by almost all familia in Orario. He even considered just packing everything and going back home until he met Hestia, who let him join as her first familia member. No words could describe how grateful he was to Hestia. When no one else even bothered to take him seriously, she noticed him and extended her arm to him. Back to today, the Twilight Manor gatekeepers didn't believe what Belle said. They thought he was trying to trick them into letting him in. Belle kept saying he was invited, but the gatekeepers didn't budge. This happened for quite some time until Tiona, with a bag of snacks, came to see what happened. Tiona then confirmed what Belle said, that he did get invited by Riveria and Finn. We're going to have a talk with those two later, Tiona meekly smiled. So no hard feelings? Sure, no hard feelings, Belle replied. They were just doing their job after all, he continued. Bless him and his kind heart. Hey, I like you more now, Rabbit. Both of them then walked towards the Twilight Manor garden. When they arrived, Belle saw Loki, Ice, Riveria, and Finn sitting around a table with snacks and cups of tea on top of it. Hey-ya! Tiona waved to her fellow familia members. I brought the rabbit. Loki frowned. So you came. Ouch! Behave! Riveria lightly chopped Loki's head. Good afternoon, Belle, Finn politely greeted. Do you want to join our afternoon tea party? Sure? Belle replied, not so sure. Here's, Tiona put the bag she brought. I brought more snacks. Belle then sat right between Ace and Finn. He glanced at Ice and gave her a polite smile. Good afternoon, Miss Ice. Good afternoon, Belle, she greeted back. Loki stared at Belle and Ice with judging eyes. Riveria cleared her throat. Here's your cloth. She gave Belle the reflecting cloth already neatly folded. I must say, it's a very interesting cloth. Belle accepted the reflecting cloth back and stored it in his pouch. Finn saw this and raised his brows. The cloth fits in that small pouch? Finn asked. Belle nodded. Yup, many things fit in here. To everyone except us, what Belle said confused them. Okay, now that you have your cloth back, can you go back now? Loki grumbled. Riveria looked at her goddess with a disapproving stare. She then turned to Belle. Please ignore her. What? Loki was shocked. But he's here to just get the cloth back. Right, Ace? Loki turned to Ice, expecting some agreement or at least a nod. But what she got was Ice silently staring at her, coldly. Hayek? Loki shrieked. There. Tiona chimed in, patting her goddess's back. It's okay for Rabbit to join our little tea party. She then turned to Belle, cheekily grinning. I mean, at least until he shows us some more interesting things. Oh, you have more? Riveria perked up hearing Tiona's words. Well, you do have that strange item that shocked Beatty in one hit, Finn added, remembering what happened last night. Out of all the people there, Ace was the one whose eyes sparkled at the mention of more of Belle's strange items. Hey, Rabbit. Loki called out to Belle, slightly annoyed. If you do have strange items inside that pouch of yours, then just pull out some booze or wine. Loki, it's still early for drinking, Reveria chastised. Boo, Loki pouted while booing Reveria. There's no such thing as too early for some booze. She turned back to Belle. So did you have it or not? Belle merely weakly laughed at Loki's antic. Well, I don't exactly have that, but I have this. He reached inside his pouch. Euro snacks. Belle pulled out a jar filled with small cookie-like snacks. Belle offered Loki the snacks. Try it, goddess. Eat one, and immediately drink something, Belle told her. Loki was staring at him weirdly, while the rest of the people there were curious. Finding no reason to refuse, Loki shrugged. She picked one Euro snack and threw it into her mouth. She tasted nothing particular, but everything changed after she picked up her cup and drank her tea. Loki's eyes widened, as what she tasted was not the expected tea, but the taste of the finest wine she had ever tasted. She immediately looked at her cup. It was still filled with tea. Then she drank it again, and it tasted like top-quality wine again. Loki was dumbfounded by this. How was this even possible? She tasted so many alcoholic beverages throughout her immortal life, and she could confidently say that what she just drank could easily be placed in the top 5. Noticing Loki's confusion, Belle then explained, Euro Snacks is a snack that, if eaten, will turn every beverage you drink later into a fine alcoholic beverage for some time. Really? Tiona asked before leaning forward and grabbing one for herself. She then immediately ate it and drank her tea. Holy, it really turned the tea into wine. Curious, Finn and Ice also tried the snacks and were also surprised by its strange wine-converting use. The only one who didn't grab one was Reveria, who simply said she didn't drink. Well, damn, Rabbit. Loki grinned after she chugged a whole teapot worth of tea. If you have something like that laying around, why don't you just bring it up first? Tell me how much for this? I'll buy it from you. One small snack could turn something like a gallon of water into this absolute quality wine if she drank fast enough, and he had a jar full of it. She wanted all of them. Oh, this is a gift for you, goddess, Belle smiled. No need to pay me. Loki was stunned for a second before a wide grin bloomed on her face. Rabbit, I thought you were annoying at first, but... She giddily took the Euro snacks jar. I guess we can be friends. A really, really best friend, heh. First the cloth, then that item that stunned a level 5 adventurer in one hit, and then these snacks, Finn muttered. You're full of surprises, Belle. Finn then pondered about something before opening his mouth. Say, would you mind if we borrow the cloth and that stun item if we need them? We're even willing to pay the rent for borrowing those. Sure, Belle agreed. He found no reason to refuse, and the extra Valis wouldn't hurt. It's a deal then, Finn smiled. Man, it would be nice if you just join our familia. Tiona joined the conversation, with Ice nodding at her words. Belle tilted his head. But back then I tried to join this familia, though? Loki and her familia members were shocked by this revelation. Belle continued, not noticing the surprised looks of the people around him. Well, around 2 weeks ago, I guess, I tried to apply to join this familia, but the gatekeepers said you didn't need someone like me. Belle then sheepishly smiled. Well, I couldn't blame you guys, ha. I'm not exactly looking like adventurer material at a glance. Finn smiled strained as he tried to keep his internal anger at his fellow familia members at the front gate for wasting a potential high-value boy for their familia. Reveria looked sorry and tried to say something to Belle, but she couldn't form any words. Tiona awkwardly smiled as she accidentally brought up a possible sore spot. And Ace? Well, to the realm of a level 6 adventurer, or perhaps even higher. As a result, Urga was swung downwards with all of Tiona's newfound strength, and all hell broke loose. Everyone in the immediate area felt the ground shaking. The Twilight Manor's training ground was obliterated. The force pierced and destroyed the walls surrounding the manor, and it even continued moving through the road outside, ruining it as well. Rubble was everywhere, and a cloud of dust covered everything. It took some time before the dust dissipated and revealed the aftermath. A ruined training ground, a broken-down wall, and a ruined road outside. Not to mention Urga in Tiona's hand, now reduced to half its size, seemingly snapped after the swing. Tiona wryly smiled. "Hey, whoops!" she muttered, before feeling a little tired and falling to her knees. Loki, Finn, and Riveria watched in astonishment as Belle pulled out yet another strange gadget, amazed by how that small thing seemingly strengthened his stats. This sudden increase in power was strong enough to make Ice take him more seriously. Loki figured that by sheer strength and speed alone, Belle's current stats should be at least around Ace's own stats, which meant around level 5. That was overpowered and broken in so many ways. The gadget could make a level 1 adventurer as strong as a level 5 adventurer. Every god and adventurer everywhere would kill to have something like that. What if a level 5 adventurer used it? Loki wondered. She found out the answer not long after as Tiona asked Belle if she could use it. Belle agreed, and that's when it happened. Loki's jaw dropped and her eyes widened. Finn and Riveria beside her also couldn't hide their shock. The sheer power that Tiona unleashed just a moment ago dwarfed her prior actual strength by a lot. Then the realization hit Loki hard. Seeing the destruction Tiona caused, she knew that she needed to somehow fix this: the training ground, the wall, and the roads. Her fists balled as she calculated how much Valis she needed to pay. Not only to fix everything, but most likely also to pay a fine to the guild. Loki gritted her teeth and took a deep breath before... "Tiona!" she shouted. "You idiot!" She walked over to Tiona and pinched her cheeks. Tiona, still feeling a little sluggish, could only helplessly let her cheeks be pinched while a frustrated and teary-eyed Loki glared at her. "Look at what you did. How can we pay to fix all of this? Do I need to remind you that our money is in the red, huh?" "Awawawa, so-y." While Loki was busy with Tiona not far from them, Ice looked like she was hugging Belle. "Are you okay, Belle?" she asked. Yeah, somewhat." When Tiona was about to swing, Ace's instinct was blaring. Noticing this, she immediately pulled Belle towards her and used her body to shield him. She was strong, so this wouldn't hurt her seriously, but Belle was a different case, so she used her body to protect him. From the outside looking in, it looked like she was just hugging the rabbit boy, but she only wanted to protect him. Okay, it wasn't like she wanted to hug him or something. Well, the hug itself felt nice, but still. Ice, you could let me go now." Belle sheepishly muttered as his cheeks became tinged with a faint red blush. Well, nobody could blame him honestly, as the poor rabbit was basically pulled and held by Ice so close that he could feel how, her body was basically embracing his. Naive and innocent as Belle might be, he was still a boy. His imagination started running wild as he felt Ace's chest pressed against his. Ice, without doing pretty much anything, was already drop-dead beautiful for him. Now she did this to him. Too much stimulation. Too much stimulation. Riveria and Finn then approached them. "Ice, you need to let go of the boy. You'll kill him with embarrassment if not," Riveria told Ice while pointing at the flustered Belle. Ice released Belle, realizing how close she had been holding him. "Sorry about that," she said, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. "No problem," Belle replied, trying to hide his own blush. Finn whistled, looking at the aftermath of Tiona's action. "I must say, I'm impressed, but," he said, before he winced after thinking how much their familia needed to pay for everything. Suddenly, a blur smacked Belle's body, toppling him over to the ground. Rabbit! On top of him was Tiona, complete with teary eyes and slightly puffed cheeks after Loki's pinches. "Help me!" Loki said she would force me to hunt for monster stones non-stop until I could pay for everything. That's just so cruel. Tiona already had her fair share of financial problems. The cost of Urga maintenance alone was already astronomically high and put her in debt. Now she needed to commission another Urga, which meant more debt, and pay to fix everything here. also more debt. Slightly sobbing while also pouting, "Rabbit, rabbit, lend me something to pay for everything. You must have some gadgets that can do that, right? Right?" Those who were around them mentally face-palmed as Tiona, a level 5 adventurer, was begging Belle, a level 1 adventurer, to help her pay her debt. Ace's eyes twitched. She walked towards Belle and Tiona. She then tapped Tiona's shoulder. Tiona turned her head to Ace. "Get off of him," Ace told her, her cold, demanding voice devoid of any emotions. "Ah, yes, of course." Tiona hurriedly pulled herself back from Belle. She got goosebumps after seeing Ace's eyes. With your mind. If you want to borrow some Valis, just say so. No, that's not it. It's essential to keep in mind that Hephaistos rarely ever came out of her office or forge, preferring to stay inside to either train her children in the art of forging or work on her personal projects. Because of this, she had never heard about the rumor of the rabbit with a pouch that had started spreading around the city, a rabbit that was actually Hestia's first child. Fine, it's best to just show you, Hestia huffed, reaching for a small pink purse. To Hephaestus' surprise, she pulled out a body-sized standing mirror from the tiny purse. This is the duplication mirror, Hestia said cheerfully. What? Hephaestus was dumbfounded. This mirror can copy anything reflected on it, Hestia explained to Hephaestus. Look, just give me something to demonstrate how this mirror works. Okay? While she still had doubts and concerns about Hestia's mental health, she complied with Hestia's request. Walking towards her drawers, she picked a small ingot of adamantite and gave it to Hestia. Hestia promptly placed the ingot in front of the mirror, and to Hephaestus' surprise, she casually put her hand inside the mirror, pulling out another ingot of adamantite. Ta-da! Hestia beamed, showing Hephaestus the new ingot from the mirror. She handed over the borrowed ingot and the one from the mirror to Hephaestus. As the goddess of blacksmith, Hephaestus could easily identify and evaluate any forging-related materials. To her surprise, once again, she couldn't find anything unusual with the ingot Hestia got from the mirror. It had the same weight, feeling, and appearance as the original ingot she had. The only difference was a small detail on the duplicate ingot that was mirrored. See, I told you so, Hestia puffed her gifted buxom while cheekily grinning. I see, this is amazing, Hephaestus murmured, narrowing her eyes. Is there any limit to this mirror? Hestia put her hand on her chin, humming. Not that I can think of. Anything is possible to duplicate with this mirror. Hephaestus, in return, raised a brow. Anything? Including Valis? Hestia chuckled and waved her hand. It's useless on Valis, as every dupe would basically get mirrored. But what if you just duplicate the mirrored dupe again then? Wouldn't that fix the issue here? Hestia opened her mouth, closed it again, before closing her eyes and pondering. Hephaestus sighed, then continued. Hestia, even if what I told you wouldn't work, this ingot you just duplicated is worth some hefty Valis on its own. You could duplicate valuable items and sell them afterward for a good amount of Valis. Do you get what I meant here? I could get rich by selling the dupes? Hestia tilted her head. Yes and no, Hephaestus crossed her arms. Listen, you might get rich at first, but putting a good amount of those items into the market would ruin their value, skewing it so bad it would drop their value to the ground. What should I do then? There was a pause between the two of them before Hephaestus offered Hestia something. Let's make a contract then, Hephaestus said. I will make a weapon for your child. In return, you let me use the mirror once a month for a year to duplicate a fixed amount of items. Sounds good to me. Hestia perked up as the counteroffer was fair enough. But then Hephaestus grabbed her friend's shoulders. But you have to promise me not to tell anyone else about this. And please, for the love of everything in this world, do not flood and crash the market with the duplicate items, she said as she shook the petite goddess. Okay. Thanks to the insight of the goddess of blacksmith, the world was spared from a financial crisis caused by the naivety of the goddess of hearth. As Hephaestus was writing their agreement down on paper, Hestia suddenly remembered something that Bel had told her prior to lending the duplication mirror. I remember now what Bel told me. Hephaestus stopped writing. What is it? Bel told me it is possible to duplicate ourselves too. Our reflection might even gain their own sentience and try to replace us in the real world. Hestia recited what Bel said before. Hephaestus was startled, her mouth hung open. She glanced at the mirror, which incidentally was placed just several steps away beside her. She watched her reflection closely. Then her reflection grinned and winked at her. Hephaestus jolted and scrambled her way out of the mirror's reflective view. Hestia, cover that thing up quick, she said in panic with a tone higher than usual. Night yourself. Meow. Anya twirled around with her copy robot, and in one swift move, she threw a blanket over the two Anyas, hiding them from view for a split second. The real Anya and her duplicate held hands, their faces close to each other. Guess who's the real Minya? They both exclaimed in unison. In the living room of the hostess of fertility, the staff, except for Seer who lived in her own place, were gathered after closing time. They were having a blast playing the Guess Who the Real One game using Bel's copy robot. They had borrowed the strange doll to help with their work. Mamma Mia even offered to pay for the copy robot's fair share, which Belle finally accepted after they insisted he take it. Now that the work was done for the day, they were just playing around with the copy robot. Laughter and jokes filled the room as they munched on the delicious snacks prepared by May, the local catgirl cook. But May herself seemed somewhat moody, occasionally pouting and huffing while glancing at the copy robot. Her attempted glare came across more cute than threatening. "This doll is absolutely awesome," the real Anya exclaimed, jumping behind her copy and playfully grabbing her duplicate's chest. "Just look at these babies, Naya. Tight, well-shaped, and soft, just like the original. Nah ha ha!" Chloe chuckled at the sight of Anya essentially groping herself. "This takes touching yourself to a whole new level." Lunoir blushed slightly, murmuring, this looks improper." "I agree, we should stop," Ryu added, feeling a bit uncomfortable. "Oh, lighten up a bit, Nya? It's not like we went too far. Or should we?" Anya's mischievous grin appeared. Hearing this, Ryu quickly responded, "Anya, no." "Anya, yes," Anya retorted, turning to her copy. "If you're just like me, then we must share the same spot," she murmured suggestively. The copy robot smiled and slowly stepped behind Anya, wrapping her arms around her from behind. "Nya?" Anya was confused, but her confusion was short-lived. Chomp! The copy robot playfully nibbled Anya's cat ears, and its nimble fingers traced the contours of her ears. Anya's mind was consumed with a whirlwind of sensations. Each gentle scratch behind her ears sent tingles down her spine, and the soft rubs of its chin against her fur made her melt into a blissful state of surrender. Anya's eyes fluttered closed, and her breath became ragged as she surrendered herself to the pleasure coursing through her body. The copy robot had found her most sensitive spots, and it seemed to know exactly how to push her buttons. Unable to resist the pleasure, Anya crumbled to the floor, becoming a flustered puddle under her own copy's techniques. "I'm out," Ryu deadpanned, ready to leave the scene. But Chloe had other plans. "Oh no, you don't." She pushed Ryu toward the copy robot. Although taken by surprise, Ryu managed to avoid crashing into the copy robot, but her hand accidentally pushed its nose. Click. In an instant, the copy robot transformed its appearance from Anya's to Ryu's. Initially, it didn't seem like a big deal, but Anya, still on the floor, wanted everyone to experience the same sensuous delight she just had. "Do the same to her, Nya," Anya shouted at the copy robot. Following her command, the copy robot acted accordingly. Ryu, feeling her dignity threatened, tried to run, but to her shock, the copy robot was just as fast as she was. She was tackled down by her own copy, which now straddled her body. "No," she protested, but her copy's strength held her down. Helpless, she watched as her copy's face drew near, and her protests slowly turned into whimpers. "No, no, 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 no!" Ryu's heart raced as the copy robot's lips brushed against her ear, sending shivers down her spine. The playful nibbling on her sensitive earlobe made her cheeks flush with embarrassment and excitement. "Wait, no, stop!" Ryu managed to stammer between gasps. But the copy robot seemed undeterred, its actions growing bolder. With a mischievous glint in its eyes, it trailed delicate kisses down Ryu's neck, eliciting soft moans from her lips. The sensation was unlike anything she had experienced before, and she found herself torn between stopping it and giving in to the pleasure. "Oh, wah, wah, wah!" Lunoir covered her face with her hands, but still peeked from the gap between her fingers. "Oh ho!" Chloe, meanwhile, still grinning while occasionally laughing. On the other hand, May pulled her hat down, covering her eyes. A tinge of red colored her cheeks. The copy robot then seemed had enough of teasing Ryu. The copy robot then stood up, leaving Ryu who breathing haggardly, blushing like crazy, and with messy pajama. Then someone put their hands on the copy robot's back. It was Anya. "Go get her," Anya said as she pushed the copy robot at Lunoir. "Ah, no!" Fortunately, Lunoir managed to dodge at last second, but unfortunately for Chloe, thud click. The copy robot came crashing down to Chloe, and she clicked the copy robot's nose, changing its appearance to her. She stiffly turned her head to Anya, who smiled mischievously, and a blushing Ryu, who stared at her sharply. Mercy?" She wryly smiled. "No! Nyo!" Chloe's heart raced as her copy slammed her hands against the wall, trapping her in place. She tried to lean away, but the copy robot's strength was overwhelming. Her breath quickened as she felt the warmth of its body pressing against her, sending shivers down her spine. The copy robot leaned in closer, its lips gently brushing against Chloe's neck. A soft gasp escaped her lips as it placed a tender smooch on her skin. The sensation sent tingles throughout her body, and she found herself completely captivated by the robot's touch. Her mind was filled with a mixture of excitement and uncertainty. She knew it was just a doll, a mere copy of herself. But the way it was touching her, the way it was making her feel, was undeniably sensual and enticing. Wait. Just wait a minute. Chloe tried to muster some resistance, but her voice faltered. The copy robot responded with another gentle kiss, this time trailing along the curve of her neck, making Chloe's breath hitch. Its actions were slow and deliberate, teasing her senses and leaving her wanting more. That night, the hostess of fertility was filled with passion, with only Lunoir and May choosing not to join the fun and immediately running away as soon as Chloe was cornered. This left the fate of the two catgirls and an elf in the mercy of the copy robot. Later, when Belle came to visit again, they came to know that the copy robot had malfunctioned a bit. According to Belle, the settings related to psychology were cranked up in a weird state. He asked them what had happened. With some blushing and awkward smiles, they refused to elaborate. Lily's bazaar, Lily Ruka, Lily Arde, was running as fast as she could. Behind her, 3 men were chasing after her. They were fast, faster than her, but Lily was a crafty girl, using alleyways to her advantage. She took turn after turn, hoping that her chasers would lose her stood outside the Church of Hearth, utterly surprised by the transformation of the once dilapidated surroundings into a truly beautiful place. He couldn't help but think that if more people knew about this place, it would surely become crowded with visitors. The delivery man knocked on the church door and patiently waited for it to open. As the door creaked open, the delivery man, Dora? The mini Doras inquired. The delivery man offered a small smile, trying to maintain his professionalism. I have a package for Belle Cranel, he stated. Dora? The top mini Dora nodded in acknowledgement. Okay, can you sign here? The delivery man handed a paper and a pen to the mini Dora. Dora? Mini Dora signed the paper and accepted the package. Thank you. Have a nice day then, the delivery man said, feeling a bit awkward. Dorara. The mini Dora waved at the delivery man cheerfully. The mini Dora totem then marched inside, carrying the package with them. They carefully opened the package and found a case containing an old music instrument, along with a small piece of paper. The paper bore the name of Belle's hometown village head and some lines about an heirloom. The top mini Dora just shrugged. If it truly was an heirloom, they would store it safely inside the storage room. They opened the case and discovered an old string instrument, a violin. Despite its age, it appeared to have been treated with great care. The mini Doras inspected the violin closely, ensuring it hadn't been damaged during the delivery. Upon closer examination, they noticed some words carved at the bottom of the violin. The carving was quite old, making only half of the inscription vaguely readable. It was written in the language of the Far East. Minamoto S. Duplication mirror, a gadget that grants the user the ability to duplicate anything, with the only drawback being that the duplicated items are mirrored to the original. It can also duplicate living beings, so users must exercise caution, as living duplicates often desire to replace their original counterparts in the world. Doreamon had a date? This one, please, Hestia said, clutching a sketchbook and pointing at one particular drawing. The sketch beautifully captured a stunning white formal toga dress, exuding classic charm. The dress featured graceful layers cascading from the shoulders, creating a wonderfully fluid look. Delicate floral patterns adorned the top and bottom, adding a touch of elegance. A slim blue ribbon was elegantly fastened at the waist. The sketch portrayed a floor-length gown that exuded both class and sophistication. Sketching and illustrating, in general, was Hestia's hidden talent that she rarely used. She never expected that this skill of hers would be useful for something like this. That's a beautiful sketch, goddess, Belle praised. He, as usual, then reached for his pouch and pulled out another gadget. Dress-up camera, he exclaimed. The gadget was a simple handheld rectangle with a circular lens in the middle. Hestia tore the sketch paper and handed it to Belle, who promptly inserted it into the gadget. He held the gadget in front of his face, aligning the dress sketch and Hestia through the lens. Then, click whoosh, whoosh. A white fog enveloped Hestia, gradually dissipating to reveal her now wearing the exact white toga dress she had sketched. Hestia beamed as she twirled and spun around in her new dress. She then turned to a mirror, admiring how well the dress suited her. The only thing left was to style her hair, a task she could easily manage by herself. Hestia turned toward Belle, a smile adorning her face. Hey, I'm so lucky to have you, my familia, Belle, she said, then paused before cheekily grinning. And also, I thought I needed to, undress first before using that gadget. You could, but you shouldn't, goddess, Belle stammered, his face turning red. Oh, I wouldn't mind if you took a peek, Goddess, please don't tease me. Sensing she had teased enough, Hestia giggled at Belle's flustered expression. You're so cute, Belle. She then pulled Belle into a hug. If only I could bring you to the banquet. Ha ha ha, that would be nice, but the banquet is God's exclusive, right? Hestia pouted. Unfortunately, grrr. After getting ready, Hestia was now set to attend the banquet. Her beautiful, warm appearance suited that of a goddess of hearth. In her hands, she held a small pink purse that Belle insisted she always carry with her, just in case, as Belle told her. I forgot to mention it. I'll be staying at Hephaestus's place for the night. You don't need to wait up for me, Belle. Also, remember to lock the door, okay? Got it, Belle nodded. Please be careful and enjoy the banquet, goddess. He then waved his hand. He watched as Hestia waved back and headed to the banquet. He had initially offered to use the Anywhere door to take her directly there, but she declined, explaining that she wanted to enjoy walking through the city. He could understand that. He, too, preferred a scenic route whenever possible. Now, Bell put on his jacket as the night was getting slightly chilly. Locking the door, he stepped out to have dinner at the Hostess of Fertility. He had only eaten there once, but he already liked the pub. The food was good, the atmosphere was pleasant, and although he wouldn't admit it out loud, he found the girls cute. Unbeknownst to Bell, Sear's plans were working wonders on him. Hook, line, and sinker. Hestia's eyes twitched as she beheld a massive statue of Ganesha, her fellow god. The statue itself wasn't the issue. Sure, it leaned a bit gaudy for her taste, but that wasn't what irked her the most. It was the fact that the entrance to Ganesha's manor was through the statue's crotch. She let out a sigh as she entered through the questionably positioned entrance, blissfully unaware of the numerous gods, especially the male ones, who turned their gaze in her direction. In terms of appearance, if there were a scale ranging from passably good-looking to drop-dead gorgeous, and finally to love goddess, the former Hestia would likely have been categorized somewhere around passably good-looking. However, the current Hestia easily fell somewhere between drop-dead gorgeous and love goddess. Her beauty didn't cause a frenzy of gods vying for her attention like love goddesses, but it did manage to turn more than a few heads. Some even found their jaws dropping, stunned by her drastic transformation. Naturally, she had always possessed a certain beauty, but it had been obscured by various circumstances, including but not limited to financial struggles. In the past, she couldn't afford beauty products or buy expensive, well-made dresses. Add to that the stress that certainly didn't help her overall situation. Now, with Belle by her side, she lived a relatively stress-free life. Her day-to-day quality of life had improved drastically, thanks in no small part to Belle's many gadgets. He had also generously gave some of his valis to her, allowing her to purchase beauty products and makeup for special occasions like this. She hadn't anticipated her life taking such a complete 180-degree turn, but she was immensely grateful nonetheless. At times, she felt Belle might be pampering her a bit too much. Because of this, she was determined to support him in any way she could. She had already begun working with Hephaestus to forge a weapon for Belle. She was also on a personal mission to recruit new members for their familia to aid Belle in his dungeon dives. Hestia gazed at the enticing spread of delicious foods, snacks, and cakes that Ganesha had provided. She contemplated for a moment whether to take some home. Belle would certainly love it. However, her attention was diverted as someone approached her from the corner of her eye. She turned and saw Hephaestus waving at her with a smile. "Good evening, Hestia. You look beautiful tonight," Hephaestus greeted warmly. "Good evening, Hephaestus, and you don't have to say that, heh? You look gorgeous too," Hestia replied. "I mean it," Hephaestus grinned. "Although I personally prefer my usual outfits over dress like this. It can get a bit stifling," Hestia hummed thoughtfully. "Well, I still think the dress suits you. Thanks." They each grabbed a drink and engaged in chat on the edge of the ballroom. While chatting, Hephaestus couldn't help but notice that Hestia was attracting a few stares. Some gods, particularly those with less than stellar reputations, attempted to approach her. Yet a single stern glare from Hephaestus was enough to dissuade them from getting any closer to Hestia. Hephaestus scoffed. She'd sooner sell her own forged weapons at a bargain than allow those gods near her friend. "By the way," Hestia inquired, "how's the progress on the knife?" "Just need your help for the finishing touch," Hephaestus replied. "Great, can we continue working on it after this banquet? You wouldn't mind if I stay overnight, right?" Hephaestus found Hestia's enthusiasm quite amusing. "Sure thing. After all, you've been freeloading at my place for weeks before. One night is nothing compared to that," she joked. "Geh, you just had to remind me of that," Hestia pouted. Just you wait. One day my familia will be as big as yours, and I'll pay back everything I owe with interest." Hephaestus chuckled. To her, what she did for Hestia was far from being a debt. In fact, their current agreement for letting her use the copy mirror had most likely covered the cost of the knife Hestia had asked her to forge and the expenses associated with her stay back then. "Oh my, who do we have here?" Suddenly, a voice chimed in. catching both Hestia and Hephaestus' attention. "I am Ganesha," a god donning an elephant mask declared in a resounding voice. "So many of you have gathered in my humble abode." Ganesha launched into a rambling speech, mostly ignored by the attendees. "It's been a while since we last met, hasn't it?" one god remarked to another. "Yeah, I believe the last time was about a century ago." The first god extended a cup of wine to his companion. "So, how's life in Genkai?" Accepting the drink, the other god took a sip. "Fairly okay so far, I suppose." They chatted amicably while observing the other gods. Their attention shifted to Takumi Kazuchi, who was consuming food with Hermes by his side. Then to Ganesha, who still continued to ramble on about something. Eventually, their gaze settled on a particular goddess. "Hey, who's that? A newcomer?" The god being addressed narrowed his eyes before recognition dawned. Is that Hestia?" "Hes who?" She's a goddess who recently descended and stayed at Hephaestus' place. The last I heard, she was kicked out and ended up living in some rundown church somewhere." They scrutinized Hestia, taking in her appearance. Nothing about her suggested she was a struggling goddess. Her dress alone looked like a finely tailored, expensive, and high-quality dress. They observed as Hestia laughed beside Hephaestus and cheeky smiles tugged at their lips. "Do you think I should approach her?" the god whispered to his friend. "Not until I've spoken to her first, kehehi." The two gods shared a chuckle, but their banter quieted when they noticed Hephaestus glaring in their direction. "Damn, what's her problem?" "I know, right? We haven't even done anything yet, and she's already giving us the stink eye," one god scoffed. "Ch, if only her familia weren't part of the prominent blacksmith familia in the city," added the other god. As the two gods grumbled to themselves, the other attendees in the room turned their heads to observe a new arrival. The goddess moved gracefully, seemingly unaffected by the gazes of admiration or infatuation directed her way. "Hey, is that?" "Yeah, that's Freya. I thought she despised attending banquets like this." Unperturbed by the hushed comments of the other gods, Freya made her way over to a certain petite goddess and her blacksmith friend, leaving a trail of curious glances in her wake. Hestia and Hephaestus turned to see a stunning goddess with long silver hair approaching them. "Good evening, Freya," Hephaestus greeted. "Ugh, Freya." Hestia flinched slightly at the sight of her. The newcomer, Freya, let out a soft giggle as she addressed them. "What's the matter, Hestia?" Freya asked in her usual gentle voice. "Nothing," Hestia simply replied. "It's just that I always get a strange feeling around you." "Oh my, usually others would love to spend time with me," Freya giggled to herself. "But you're different, and that's why I like you." Hestia raised her brows. "Thanks, I guess? It's unusual of you to come to a banquet like this, Freya," Hephaestus chimed in. "Well," Freya put her right hand on her cheek. "I just want some change in my habits, I suppose. Like attending something like this for once." I thought you only enjoyed watching us from the top of Babel Tower while letting your children do whatever you asked them to do," Hephaestus said. "Oh my, I would never. Also, did you just assume I'm a lazy goddess?" Freya gave Hephaestus a playful pout. "Freya! Hey, Freya!" A shout was heard, causing the three goddesses to turn their heads. A beaming Loki waved her hands and ran towards them. She skidded to a stop, then stared at Hestia. She blinked once, twice, and thrice, then narrowed her eyes. "Itty-bitty?" Loki tilted her head. Hestia forced a smile. "Good to see that you never change, Flatty." A gasp escaped Loki's mouth as she eyed the smaller goddess up and down. Nice dress?" Hestia was a bit shocked by the out-of-nowhere praise. She then smugly smiled. "Isn't it? My child made it for me." She twirled her body a bit to show off her dress. "Made it? So it's a handmade one and not bought from a store?" "Interesting," Freya mused. Loki was silent for a moment before she remembered. "Oh, I'm now in Hestia Familia," a certain rabbit had told her. This wouldn't do. Damn it, she almost teased and belittled Hestia just like she used to do. But after knowing Hestia had Belle in her familia, she needed to act more, proper, friendly even. That meant she couldn't play around with itty-bitty anymore. She really needed to establish a friendly relationship with Belle and Hestia. She couldn't afford to burn bridges that had only just been built. Loki cleared her throat before awkwardly saying, Nice weather we have tonight, right? How are you doing, Hestia?" Hestia was shocked. Hephaestus raised her brows. Freya wore a shocked yet amused smile. The other gods who heard Loki stopped whatever they were doing. Loki, that Loki who was infamous for always butting heads with Hestia. She greeted Hestia properly and even called her by her name instead of making fun of her? Did I mishear it? No, I heard it too loud and clear. Wait, what did I miss? Why in the world did Loki act like that? It's the end of the world. The only reason I came here was to see the showdown between the busty Lowly and the flat Loki. I'm disappointed. Dude, you need a new hobby. Hestia put her hands on her hips. Okay, I'll bite. What happened to you, Loki? Loki awkwardly smiled and laughed. Haha, nothing. Just, from one goddess to another, maybe we should, Should what? Hestia asked. Be friends? Loki continued. Hestia's mind went blank before rebooting itself. What's with this sudden change? Hestia couldn't help but feel dumbfounded. Her and Loki's relationship could be summarized by two polar opposites that couldn't mix very well. Loki was rich. She wasn't. Loki had a big familia. She hadn't. Loki's familia was the top familia in Orario. Hers was at the bottom of the barrel, so on and so forth. She wouldn't go as far as calling them enemies, as even she knew most of the banters between them were harmless most of the time. But she also wouldn't say she was fond of Loki. Is this change because of that white-haired boy, Loki? Freya joined the conversation, mentioning Bel. Before Loki could respond, Hestia interrupted her. Wait, what's this about Bel? Hestia then turned to Loki. Do you know Lobel? Loki nodded weakly. Well, my captain invited him over to my manor. Ah, so that's where he went. And? He was interesting, Loki sheepishly said. Hestia narrowed her eyes at Loki. You just want to use my bell, didn't you? Geh, Bullseye. Hestia huffed. Let me guess, you came to witness Bel's gadgets in action and want him for yourself, right? Well, if you're willing to let him do some conversions. No. Hestia cut off Loki. I expected that, Loki sighed. Look, I want his help from time to time. I would even pay him, so it would be beneficial if we mend our relationship, to say the least. Heh, it's funny when your familia rejected him, and now you come here asking for his help, Hestia laughed. Don't remind me, Loki grumbled, still salty about that. Hestia smugly grinned. Ho ho ho, isn't this interesting? Well, let's hear what you're offering, and I might ask Bel to offer his help. Gah! Loki gritted her teeth, knowing she didn't have the best position in this situation. She just needed to be patient and let Itty Bitty have her fun. Be patient. Be patient. She looked at Hestia and saw her smug smile. Be patient, damn it! While Hestia and Loki were busy with each other, Hephaestus and Freya remained on the side, watching. The goddess of blacksmith then glanced at Freya. Freya, don't. I know that look of yours. My, what do you mean by that? Freya said with her usual smile. That look, you only give that look if you find someone you want to toy with. And if my guess is right, then you're aiming for Hestia's child. Well, you're not wrong. I am intrigued by him, that much is true, Freya mused. But don't worry, I won't. Take the child away from her, Freya reassured Hephaestus. Freya then giggled and muttered to herself. Well, not right now, at least. Ace walked through the streets of Orario at night, the city still bustling with activity as people took advantage of the evening hours to relax and enjoy themselves. Pubs and restaurants were bustling with patrons, and food stall merchants enthusiastically called people out to promote their businesses. In her hand was a warm jagamaru-kun she had just purchased. She nibbled on the delightful street snack as she wandered around Orario, although she didn't have a specific destination in mind. Ace? Someone called out. She paused and turned, finding Bel standing there with his trademark smile. Her usually stoic expression wavered momentarily, and she instinctively adjusted her appearance. Swiftly wiping her mouth with a napkin and clearing her throat, composing herself. Bel, good evening, she greeted Bel. Good evening to you too, Bel replied, his smile lighting up his face. Oh? Ice felt an unusual flutter in her chest. She couldn't quite place the feeling, and her own reaction puzzled her for a moment. Bel's voice brought her back to reality. What are you up to? Just taking an evening stroll, I suppose, she replied, then gesturing casually to the half-eaten jagamaru-kun in her hand. And buying some jagamaru-kun. How about you? My goddess went to a banquet, and I'm on my way to have dinner at the hostess of fertility. Ah, the banquet. Ice recalled the gathering of gods and goddesses that had taken place this evening. Thanks to this event, she was free to take a leisurely stroll by herself. After all, if it weren't for the banquet, Loki would surely have begged to join her. Jagamaru-kun, huh? Belle's gaze lingered on the snack. I used to eat those a lot when my goddess worked at a Jagamaru-kun stall. My favorite is the one with cheese topping. Ice's eyes brightened at his words. To her, those who appreciated Jagamaru-kun were inherently good people. Also, there was nothing that beat a hot Jagamaru-kun for filling up your belly before diving into the dungeon. And no, she wasn't obsessed, despite what her fellow Familia members said. She was also definitely not a bit miffed by the rumor that she ate only Jagamaru-kun. That was ridiculous. Now, every time she passed by a Jagamaru-kun stall, she would always get called out to try the delicious snack. More often than not, she was also offered extras or discounts, which she gladly accepted. That was nice, but the rumor was still ridiculous. She extended her hand, Jagamaru-kun held delicately between her fingers, offering it to Belle. Want to try it? Eh? Belle responded in shock. Ice tilted her head, puzzled by Belle's reaction. It's still warm, she reassured him. Belle frantically waved his palms. No, that's not the issue here. You don't want some? Ice replied, her voice sounding a touch hesitant as her gaze briefly dropped. Ice still couldn't understand what the problem was with sharing food, especially food that both of them liked. Jagamaru-kun was Jagamaru-kun, best served while still piping hot or warm, after all. Wait, sure, I'd love to have a bite. Perhaps after seeing the slightly disappointed look on Ice's face, Belle quickly nodded his head. Ice's expression brightened once more, a soft smile gracing her features. She stepped closer to Belle. Then, she held her half-eaten Jagamaru-kun in front of Belle. Ah! And proceeded to offer him a bite. A flustered Belle then opened his mouth and took a bite. His mind tried not to dwell on the indirect kiss he had just experienced. He slowly munched the Jagamaru-kun and swallowed it not long after. How is it? Ice inquired, blissfully unaware of the inner turmoil Belle was experiencing. Belle frantically answered, Yes, it's delicious. Want another bite? Ice offered her Jagamaru-kun again. It was important to note that they were still standing on a bustling street, surrounded by curious onlookers. Some wore expressions of disbelief at the scene. Ice, however, seemed indifferent or oblivious to the attention, while Belle was undoubtedly flustered. In Ice's mind, she was only sharing her Jagamaru-kun with Belle as fellow Jagamaru-kun lovers, although feeding Belle felt like she was feeding her cute rabbit. She strangely liked it. Ice's mind came to a halt. Her rabbit? Her rabbit, huh? She really liked the sound of that. It appeared that Belle had underestimated Ice's affection for Jagamaru-kun. When she invited him to accompany her on a shopping trip for more Jagamaru-kun, he nodded, assuming they would simply buy a few. Oh, how mistaken he was. Ice took him on what could only be described as a citywide Jagamaru-kun stall tour. Given that Jagamaru-kun was the unofficial local delicacy of Orario, the city was dotted with numerous stalls selling them, and they visited quite a few. They stopped at a stall Ace claimed had the best-sized Jagamaru-kun, leaving with two that were at least twice the size of normal ones. Then they proceeded to another stall with unique toppings, exclusive to that vendor, where they bought two more. Afterward, Ace led him to yet another stall selling premium Jagamaru-kun, which were not only delicious but also significantly more expensive than the standard fare. To Belle's horror, this was just the beginning. They continued visiting more stalls. Forget having dinner at Hostess of Fertility, Belle found himself feeling full after devouring only the second Jagamaru-kun. He managed to keep up with Ice because he could tell she was enjoying the Jagamaru-kun tour immensely. Though her stoic expression remained intact, she occasionally flashed a beautiful smile, making it all worthwhile. Currently seated on a bench near the Church of Hearth, both of them were savoring their Jagamaru-kun. Eyes relished every bite, while Belle struggled to stomach another. The surroundings, now beautifully renovated, exuded a certain atmosphere as they spent this time together. Thank you, Belle, Ice murmured, nibbling on her Jagamaru-kun. Belle swallowed his final bite before responding, For what? For accompanying me tonight. It was quite enjoyable, she replied with a small smile. You're welcome? Belle was taken aback by her gratitude. Heh, Ice's angelic laughter danced in Belle's ears. With their Jagamaru-kun finished, Ice turned to Belle with a question. Belle, do you have a dream? A dream? Belle considered before chuckling. Well, I guess I used to have this dream. My grandpa loved telling me tales of heroes and their adventures. He often mentioned how many heroes surrounded by admirers, girls, and he encouraged me to do the same. He admitted sheepishly, So, I used to dream of having a harem. Ha. Pinch! Oh, ouch! Ice pinched Belle in response to his remark. He saw her pouting, her eyes giving him a cold stare. She released her pinch and huffed. Any other dreams? She asked, her gaze distant. Yes, Belle quickly nodded. I dream of helping people around the world, offering a helping hand to those in need. This dream was a reflection of the time Hestia had extended her hand to him, inviting him to join her familia when others had rejected him. Just as Hestia had done for him, he wanted to offer his assistance to those who truly deserved and needed it. That's a noble dream. What about you? Do you have a dream? Belle turned the question back to Ice. For a brief moment, a somber expression crossed Ice's face. She took a deep breath. I want to become strong. No, I need to become strong. That's my dream. Belle sensed there was more beneath her words, but decided not to pry. He simply responded, Then I'll help you achieve that, and in doing so, I'll pursue my own dream while aiding yours. Sound fair? Ice glanced at Belle, finding no doubt on his face, only a resolute determination to genuinely assist her. She let out a small laugh. I'm glad I met you. Me too. By the way, do you have any other dreams or wishes? I shared 2 of mine, so it's only fair you do the same. Ice's expression soured momentarily as she recalled Belle's earlier dream. After a brief contemplation, she spoke. I suppose I'd like to fly in the sky, to experience the freedom of a bird soaring above. Belle smiled, finding this wish quite easy to fulfill. He reached into his pouch and retrieved 2 take-copters, handing one to Ice. What's this? Ice asked, a hint of excitement in her eyes at the sight of the new gadget. It's a take-copter. It lets us fly in the sky, Belle explained. Here, let me show you. He placed one take-copter on his head and another on Ice's. Belle demonstrated how to activate it by pressing a small button. Ice followed suit, pressing the button on her take-copter. Its blades whirred to life, lifting both of them off the ground. Us initially struggled to control it, but Belle quickly grabbed her hands, steadying her. Don't worry, I'm here, he reassured her with a gentle smile. Us slowly nodded, calming herself. With Belle still holding her hands, they began ascending into the air. Ace gripped Belle's hand tightly as they gained altitude, her initial fear giving way to awe as she took in the breathtaking nighttime scenery. Look, Belle said. The vibrant colors of nighttime Orario stretched out below them, a dazzling sight from their elevated vantage point. I can see the entire city. Guild, Park, Market Streets, Twilight Manor, they were all... Want to give flying on your own a try? Belle suggested. Issa's eyes widened in momentary panic. What? Belle chuckled, putting her at ease. Don't worry, I'll be right here watching. After a moment of uncertainty, Issa weakly nodded. Belle released her hand, and Issa tentatively began to maneuver her take-copter. While her movements were awkward at first, she gradually grew more accustomed to the controls. See, it's not so difficult, right? Ace furrowed her brow. It took some effort. Practice makes perfect, they say. How about a little tour of Orario's skies? Belle proposed, his smile inviting. Ice agreed with a nod. That sounds wonderful. Under the gentle moonlight, they soared through the night sky. Stars adorned the dark canvas above, casting a soft glow on their shared experience. As they glided on the wind, a memory formed, one that the Sword Princess and the rabbit would surely treasure forever. Dress-up camera. The dress-up camera has the capability to create any attire using an inserted image. If a blank image is used, it will result in the target's prior clothes disappearing. Caution is advised for the user. Doreamon, Lily, and Monsterphilia. Asphial Andromeda sighed as she stared at yet another failed experiment of hers. People always praised her as one of the best magical item makers in Orario, if not the world. But even she stumbled once or twice when creating her various magical items. She needed to go through trials and errors, coupled with in-depth research, before managing to achieve working results. As she wrote a note for today's experiment report, she lowly hummed, reminiscing. She noticed her collection of notes growing thicker, filled with various ideas, sketches, and research notes. It had been years since she had decided to pursue the path of a magic items maker. It also had been years since the last time she had seen him. Can you keep this a secret between us, little princess? Are they? A supporter? What does that mean? Belle inquired. A supporter is someone who assists adventurers in the dungeon. A supporter is someone who aids adventurers in the dungeon. We handle tasks like extracting monster stones, gathering materials, and sharing our insights to assist your endeavors. That does sound rather helpful, Belle nodded. Right? So would you like to hire Lily? She asked with a hopeful smile. Belle pondered for a moment, his gaze meeting Lily's hopeful eyes. Sure, I would love to, Belle responded, a warm smile gracing his features. Thank you, Master. Lily still don't know your name, Lily realized. Belle chuckled sheepishly. Belle Cranel, nice to meet you, Miss Lilyruka. You can just call me Lily, Master Belle. Is that so? In that case, you can also simply call me Belle, Lily. Despite Belle's offer, Lily gently shook her head. Can't do, Master Belle. Lily need to maintain professionalism while working. Ah, I understand, Belle acknowledged. In the midst of their exchange, a rustling beneath Lily's robes sent a wave of panic through her. She made a futile attempt to stifle the sound, but it was already too late. Dora! Mini Dora exclaimed as it popped its head out from under Lily's robes. Belle looked surprised, and Lily worried he might get freaked out and run away. However, his surprise wasn't quite what Lily had expected. Mini Dora, what are you doing here? Belle asked. Lily's eyes slightly widened. Master Belle knows him? She gestured towards Mini Dora. Yes, Belle replied. You could say that Mini Dora is my friend. Dora! Mini Dora chimed in, enthusiastically affirming Belle's statement. Lily's jaw slightly dropped as she watched Belle effortlessly take down a group of kobolds with remarkable ease, showing little difficulty or hesitation. Given that he was merely a level 1 adventurer, his movements were surprisingly swifter compared to the average at his level. If this continued, Belle could amass an entire level 1 party's worth of monster stones all by himself. To Lily's surprise, he proceeded to do just that. Currently, both of them were taking a minute-long break to catch their breath on the 5th floor. Master Belle, you're truly amazing, Lily praised while skillfully extracting a monster stone from a slain monster. Thank you, Lily. Your contribution is no less amazing too, Belle graciously returned the compliment. Having you alongside allows me to focus more on battling monsters. Master Belle, your words are too generous. Lily merely performs the duties of any supporter. It's not particularly extraordinary, Lily replied, her tone reflecting a touch of surprise. This marked the first time an adventurer had acknowledged her work with such praise. Dora, Mini Dora interjected, approaching with a monster stone held aloft, which it then handed to Lily. Thanks, Lily responded, placing the stone into her bag among the others. Mini Dora proceeded to another slain monster, diligently assisting Lily with her task. Turning to Lily, Belle inquired, Do you feel up to continuing, Lily? If you'd prefer to conclude for the day, that's perfectly fine. Lily is up for it, Master Belle. Lily can certainly match your pace, she affirmed, pumping her fists with determination. A warm smile adorned Belle's face. Very well, let's aim to push through to the 6th or 7th floor today. The trio, consisting of Belle, Lily, and Mini Dora, resumed their dungeon diving, venturing deeper until they reached the vicinity of the 7th floor entrance, before they decided it was enough for today and head to the surface. As usual, Belle used his anywhere door, swiftly transporting them directly to the guild reception area. Meanwhile, Lily, like any normal person would, stood in shock as Belle effortlessly pulled an entire door from his seemingly small pouch. An involuntary gasp escaped Lily's lips as a sudden realization washed over her. The rabbit with a pouch. She had heard that rumor before. 2 versions of the rumor circulate. One depicted the rabbit as a benevolent helper to those who had committed no wrong, while the other cautioned against the rabbit's potentially destructive nature. Her gaze fixed on Belle. She couldn't help but see the resemblance. He did resemble an al-mirage, a rabbit in a way, and he did carry a pouch. She had initially believed this rabbit to be a first-class adventurer who loved to do some charitable endeavors. Apparently she was wrong. Lily's eyes rested on Belle's pouch, curiosity stirring. If the rumors held true, it might contain an array of magical items suited for various situations and needs. Under different circumstances, she might have been tempted to try stealing the pouch for herself. However, the lingering doubt stemming from the second rumor held her back. Additionally, the fact that Mini Dora seemed familiar with Belle and shared a somewhat friendly relationship added another layer of complexity to the situation. After contemplating the matter for a moment, Lily nodded to herself before firmly resolving to trust Belle, at least for the time being. Unbeknownst to Lily, Mini Dora gazed at her in silence, then shifted its attention to Belle and back to her once more. A mischievous grin formed on its face as it began concocting a plan for both of them. "You've earned quite a bit more today, Belle," Ina remarked, handing over a higher-than-usual amount of Valis to Belle in exchange for the monster stones he and Lily had obtained earlier that day. "Ha ha ha! Well, I had someone to help me today," Belle chuckled. Nudging Lily, who stood behind him, Ina narrowed her eyes before smiling. "Ah, you're that supporter from before." Lily, upon hearing Ina's words, weakly nodded and offered an awkward smile. "Yes, Lily is thankful for your help before," she said with a slight bow. "You're welcome," Ina replied. Belle raised an eyebrow. "You know Lily, Miss Ina?" "Yes, we've talked before," Ina informed Belle. Lily confirmed with a nod. "Miss Toole helped Lily with some problems a couple of days ago. Lily is really grateful for that." Ina giggled. "Well, I couldn't just leave a helpless girl like her alone, could I? Anyway," Ina shifted her gaze to Belle and placed her hands on her hips. "I have a feeling you're also indirectly involved, Belle. Does, a small creature that could only say Dora sound familiar to you?" "You mean Mini Dora, Miss Ina?" Ina sighed, muttering, "I knew it." Belle tilted his head, a puzzled expression on his face. Ina waved her hand dismissively. "Well, it's in the past now, so you don't need to worry too much about it." "Okay?" Internally, Ina sighed. She didn't even have the energy to explain to Belle that one of his many things, gadgets, as he called them, had caused quite a commotion. After bidding farewell to Ina, Belle and Lily left the guild. They divided their earnings for the day into a pouch, sharing it equally. Lily held her portion of the Valis in her hands, looking somewhat uncertain. "Is Master Belle sure that Lily can take all of this?" she asked, her grip on her share of the Valis tightening. Normally, Lily would feel grateful if she was allowed to keep even 30%, a generous offer that was quite rare. But to receive 50%, half of the total, was almost unbelievable. Still, she sensed no ulterior motives or ill intentions behind Belle's sincere smile. "We worked together, and you helped me a lot. It's only fair to share half," Belle explained simply. Thank you, Master Belle. I also want to thank you. You really helped me today." A rare, genuine smile spread across Lily's face. "Master Belle is weird," she giggled. I can't really argue with that," Belle admitted with a chuckle and a nod. "Master Belle, would you mind if we, formed a party again tomorrow?" Lily inquired. Belle's ability to earn Valis on his own was impressive, but the fact that he was willing to split the earnings equally with her was genuinely kind. She wanted to work with Belle more. While it might seem like she was using him for her own gain, her need to earn Valis as quickly as possible was driven by her desire to free herself from her current familia. She didn't have many choices. "I'd love to," Belle agreed. "Let's meet at the guild tomorrow morning? Does that sound good to you?" Lily's eyes widened, followed by a wide smile. "Yes, thank you, Master Belle. I'll be waiting for you." The two of them bid each other farewell and went their separate ways. As Belle was about to continue, he felt a slight tug on his pants. He looked down to find Mini Dora. It appeared that Mini Dora had slipped out from under Lily's robe during their conversation. Dora! What is it?" Mini Dora took a few steps forward, gesturing for Belle to follow. Dora! You want me to follow you? Dora! All right, lead the way." Mini Dora flashed its signature smile. "Dorara! When you want me to follow you, I didn't expect this," Belle massaged his forehead. "Dora? Mini Dora, this is stalking," he indignantly stated. "Dorara." Mini Dora gestured for Belle to lower his voice down. Belle let out a defeated sigh. He and Mini Dora were following Lily, to say the least. They quietly trailed her while maintaining a good distance away. This bothered Belle a lot. "Dorara!" Again, Mini Dora gestured for Belle to follow it while staying quiet. With another sigh, Belle half-heartedly followed Mini Dora. After a while, he was immediately pulled into hiding by Mini Dora. Dorara! Mini Dora whispered to him while pointing forward. Belle followed the direction Minidora pointed and saw Lily with 3 men. They looked like they were in a heated argument, as he saw a scowl on Lily's face while she talked to the men. One of the men stepped forward and forcefully grabbed Lily's hand. He saw how Lily's expression changed into one of fear. Belle had seen enough. He immediately bolted towards Lily with no hesitation. He pulled a cylindrical gray gadget from his pouch. "Air cannon!" he exclaimed. He inserted his hand inside the air cannon and aimed at the 3 men around Lily. Then he pulled the trigger inside the air cannon. Clah! A condensed, pressurized air shot from the gadget, hitting one of the 3 men and throwing him a good couple of meters back into the air. Before the other 2 could respond, Belle pulled the trigger again. Click, whoa! Click, whoa! The other 2 men followed suit and were thrown back. Belle immediately positioned himself between the 3 men and Lily. "Master Belle?" Lily exclaimed in surprise. "Are you okay, Lily?" Belle asked her while still aiming the air cannon at the 3 men who were slowly getting back up. "Ah, yes," Lily nodded. "Who the hell are you?" one of the men shouted at Belle. "Screw off, boy. This is our familia's personal matter." Belle narrowed his eyes. "Familia? You're in the same familia as Lily?" he asked in disbelief. "Yes, we are," another man spat. Belle glanced at Lily, who was standing behind him. "Is that true, Lily?" Lily cast a downward gaze before slowly nodding. "Yes," the last man scoffed. "See? Now get the hell out of here." It was an unwritten rule for outsiders to not interfere with another familia's matters. Yet, Belle didn't relent. He still took aim at the men and didn't even show any sign of backing down. Belle began, his voice slightly quavering. "That's even worse. A familia is your family, and you don't bully your own family." Lily bit her lower lip lightly. While what Belle said should be the truth, her own familia never felt like a family to her. Not now, nor ever. It was always a dog-eat-dog situation there, and her god didn't even care about his familia. "What a bunch of nonsense," one man sneered, followed by laughter from his 2 peers. "Just a friendly reminder, boy. Interfering with other familia's business could get you in trouble," he smirked. And he was right, as much as Lily wanted to deny it. Her familia could send a formal complaint to the guild about Belle. Normally, they would need the approval of their god to do this, but knowing their god didn't even care, they could take advantage of this and send the complaint themselves. At best, Belle would only receive a warning. At worst, Belle would be fined, and he could potentially face a restraining order from everyone in her familia, including her. Then, Belle slipped his free hand into his pouch. "I just need to make you forget all of this," he grinned. If those 3 guys had known better, they would have realized it wasn't a good idea to mess with Belle, the rabbit with a pouch. But, well, they didn't really know much about him, or to put it bluntly, they didn't care. Their addiction pushed them to chase after as much Valis as they could, and they didn't give a damn about any rumors. Addiction and a simple mind, quite the pair. Well, that was their loss. Infinity lasso! Belle pulled what seemed to be a simple rope. The 3 men paused and exchanged puzzling looks with each other. Ignoring them, Belle immediately threw the infinity lasso. "Get them!" Belle commanded the lasso, which instantly rushed towards the 3 men. Caught off guard, the men watched in horror as the lasso moved by itself towards them. The lasso twisted and bent, quickly tying them up. They attempted to free themselves forcefully, but the lasso tightened its grip more and more. Their screams were muffled by the lasso, which also gagged their mouths. Only muted, muffled sounds were audible from the men as they were bound and squirmed on the ground. "Now I just need this, the forgotten stick." Belle walked forward, pulling out another one of his gadgets, a medium-sized sword-like gadget. "Let's forget what happened, okay?" Belle smiled down at the 3 men on the ground, and they responded by panicking in horror, desperately trying to squirm away from Belle. Forget the stupid-looking boy from before. To these 3 men, Belle's current smile was absolutely terrifying. They glanced back and, through their muted, muffled screams, saw Belle standing over them with his hand raised, holding the gadget. The gadget swung down and bonk, bonk, bonk. Silly grins crept onto their faces, followed by bumps to their heads. Today had been one hell of a roller coaster for Lily. It started off rough, struggling to find any adventurers willing to team up with her. Then, she crossed paths with Belle, and she could confidently say that working with him had been the best working experience she'd ever had. Belle not only treated her kindly, but also split their earnings right down the middle. That alone pretty much cemented Belle as a kind person, maybe even too kind for his own good. But of course, just when things started looking up, life had to throw a lemon straight to her face. On her way back from the dungeon, she bumped into 3 fellow members of her familia. As usual, they tried to shake her down for her hard-earned valise. Normally, Minnie, Dora would swoop in and scare them off, but this time, Minnie Dora had some other plan, or at least, that was what she assumed. She was on her own this time. A spark of fire ignited inside Lily as she stood her ground, hissing, "No, I won't give you my valise. Go to the dungeon yourselves." She wasn't backing down, no way. One of the guys shot her an amused and mocking grin. Look who's got some guts now, our little supporters suddenly barking back. Does she actually think she's intimidating? Another guy chimed in with a snort. Pretty big words for such a small girl, the last one added. Despite their taunts, Lily clenched her teeth, shooting them death glares. The thought of shooting them with her crossbow crossed her mind. She could probably take down one, but what about the other 2? No way they'd just stand there and let her shoot them one after the other. So she considered another option. Hidden beneath her robes were small bombs she'd typically use in the dungeon if needed. They wouldn't cause any lethal harm, but they were designed for stalling and disorienting. She could use one to distract them and make a quick escape. It seemed like the best choice at the moment. Carefully, she reached for one of her small bombs, but her stealthy move was caught by one of the guys. He grabbed her hand before she could even get to her stash. "Sneaky little girl, huh? You're not as clever as you think," the guy sneered, his grip tightening. "At first, we just wanted some valise, but now, you've really pissed me off." Lily winced as he squeezed her hand, his other fist pulled back, ready to strike. Just as he was about to throw a punch, a strange hissing sound cut through the air. The guy in front of her was hit by an invisible force and went flying. Before she could make sense of it, 2 more hisses followed, and the other 2 men were launched into the air, crashing hard to the ground. Lily's eyes widened. What the hell just happened? Her question was answered when she spotted Cranel, the white-haired boy she'd met earlier that day. He stood there with a strange item in his hand, aimed at the 3 men. But what really surprised her was Belle's expression, a mix of a frown and barely hidden anger. Not something she expected from the seemingly kindest adventurer she'd met. She watched as Belle defended her and seemingly offended by the implication that her familia wasn't a proper family as it should be. Even more surprising, Belle insisted on helping her despite the potential consequences. A small smile bloomed on her face. Idiot. She wanted to help, but it turned out Belle didn't need it. He pulled out another strange object, a rope that moved on its own and inescapable once it tied you up. Then came another odd item, a stick of some sort, which he used to bonk the living daylights out of the 3 men. Now, she was just left baffled as the guys knelt before Belle. So, that's the story. Basically, you 3 were heading home after a hard day's work, and you had a little accident, Belle explained. "We did?" one of the guys questioned, sounding unsure. His buddy scratched his head. "And you're saying we slipped, hit our heads, and blacked out on the way back? Then you and Arde found us?" He nudged Lily. The last guy nodded slowly. "Sounds right. My head does kinda hurt." They exchanged nods, seemingly convinced by Belle's tale. Then, picking themselves up, they left Lily and Belle, carrying a headache here, a bruise there, and a weird gut feeling that something wasn't quite right. Belle turned to Lily, but before he could say anything, she beat him to it. "Master Belle, what did you just do?" Belle raised the forgotten stick and showed it to Lily. "This gadget makes whoever gets hit by it lose some of their memories and become more easily manipulated," he said nonchalantly. Lily blinked, then blinked again, and once more for good measure. She silently thanked whoever had raised Belle to be the good, kind guy he was. Because, holy shit, that thing was seriously unsettling if it fell to the wrong hands. Peeking from around a nearby corner, not too far from Belle and Lily, was Minnie Dora, quietly chuckling to itself. Its plan had worked perfectly. Belle was now aware of Lily's situation. Onward to the next phase, Mini Dora reached out to its fellow Mini Doras with a mischievous grin. The Belili project was officially in motion. On top of a building, a blue-haired woman with glasses stood. The captain of the Hermes Familia, Asfi al-Andromeda, narrowed her eyes, focusing them on Belle. She had, coincidentally, stumbled upon a situation where a girl was being cornered, and although she intended to help, Belle beat her to it. She observed as Belle used an unusual item to take action against the men. Quickly, she analyzed the scene below. The men appeared as though they had been struck by something, an unseen force. Was it elemental magic? Perhaps air manipulation? Adding to her surprise, she watched as Belle pulled a rope from a small pouch and it moved on its own, effortlessly binding the men. Shortly after, he pulled another item, this time a stick, which he promptly used to strike the tied-up men on their heads. A change came over the men after the blows. Asfi could see their expressions shift to ones of confusion. It was almost as if they had suddenly forgotten everything that had just transpired. A boy with peculiar items seemingly pulled out of nowhere. These items had unique functions. Asfi scrutinized Belle, who was now departing with Lily. She murmured slowly, and wings appeared on her sandals. With a hop, she took flight through the evening sky of Orario with a sense of complexity in her emotions. Unusual, maybe even magical items. A small pouch that somehow could be filled with items larger than its size. That boy. He reminded her all too much of him. Lily savored a cup of hot chocolate, courtesy of Belle. She had never expected that beneath the unassuming facade of the church, there lay a vast underground residence for Belle's Familia. Initially skeptical when Belle invited her, she eventually agreed after seeing how worried he was. Upon arriving at the Church of Hearth, as Belle had called it, she was immediately welcomed by an army of Mini Dora, including the one who often accompanied her. It didn't take her long to connect the dots. These Mini Doras were more than just Belle's friends. They seemed to share a living space with him. She almost snorted as she imagined Belle's Familia consisting mainly of him and a troop of Mini Doras. The Mini Doras kindly offered to carry her bag and robes before guiding her to a dining room deep underground. As she sipped her hot chocolate, Mini Dora settled onto her lap, enjoying its own smaller cup of the steaming chocolate. I had wanted to use gourmet cloth, but I forgot to ask for it back from my goddess, Belle explained, arriving with a tray holding 2 bowls of chicken soup. He offered a sheepish smile. I hope you don't mind my cooking. Lily expressed her gratitude. No worries, Master Belle. Thank you. She sampled a spoonful of the soup, blowing gently to cool it before tasting. While not a culinary masterpiece, it was surprisingly decent, especially considering Belle's limited cooking experience. It's quite delicious, Master Belle, she complimented as she took another spoonful. Belle let out a relieved breath. I'm glad I didn't mess it up. Then what are you going to do now, Master Belle? Lily asked as she slowly ate the soup. You brought a young girl like Lily to your house, alone, without anyone else. She gave Belle a teasing smile. Belle's cheeks brightened red. That's not it, and we're not alone. Mini Dora is here. Mini Dora raised its gaze. Dora? Lily chuckled at seeing Belle's flushed face. Then where's your goddess, Master Belle? She inquired. And my goddess said that she has some work to do for a couple of days. She's staying with her friend until it's done, Belle replied. Anyway, I'm just, worried about you. Why? No, what's going on in your familia? Lily's smile dimmed until it left her face. Taking a deep breath, she then answered, Soma Familia, that's Lily's familia. A bitter undertone could be heard as she said those words. She continued, to get started, Soma Familia doesn't work like any other familia. While other familia are led by or even worship their god, in Soma Familia, we don't do that. Lord Soma doesn't even care about his own familia. His hobby is the only important thing to him, winemaking. Lily took another deep breath. Lord Soma needs Valis, a lot of it to fund his hobby. Thus, he created a rule that whoever brings him Valis would get to have his Soma wine, a wine said to be so good it would make everyone who drinks it fall into addiction. The wine isn't sold anywhere, at least not the proper one. The failed wines are occasionally sold to outsiders. Only the Soma Familia members get to taste the perfect Soma wine. Belle narrowed his eyes as he could guess what went wrong. Lily seemingly noticed this and slowly nodded her head. Those who tasted the Soma wine once would long to taste it again. They would even do anything they could to get as much Valis as possible. They would trample each other just for a drop of Soma wine. Lily gripped the spoon in her hand hard. This is why Lily wants, no, we'll leave this familia someday. How will you do it? Belle asked, breaking his silence. Lily needs to pay Lord Soma first, she muttered weakly. Belle grimaced. So you give your god the Valis needed and you could leave? Actually, Lily needs to give the Valis to Soma's captain, and he would then arrange a meeting with Lord Soma for Lily. Lily weakly smiled. Lily knows, Master Bell. Soma's captain could just take Lily's Valis away and say it's gone, and Lily couldn't do anything about it. But Lily doesn't have any other choice. He's a level 2, and Lily is just a lowly supporter. Okay, that's enough for me. I'll help you, Lily, Belle said with conviction. Huh? Belle continued. Tomorrow we will meet Lord Soma and ask him to let you leave his familia no matter what. Lily's confusion was clear to see. But why? We just met today? What's your end goal here, Master Bell? She asked, feeling conflicted. She already knew that Belle was kind, but this was on a whole other level. Who on earth would be willing to go that far for someone they just met? You're my supporter. Because of that, I wouldn't let anyone hurt you. Belle said as if it was something normal to do, and gave Lily a warm smile full of certainty. Ba-bump. Lily felt her heart skip a beat there and immediately averted her eyes away from Belle. Meanwhile, still on top of Lily's lap was Mini Dora, with its head looking down, hiding a wide grin from Belle and Lily. It was quite early in the morning, and the sun had barely risen in the sky. Inside the Church of Hearth, Belle was already dressed in his usual adventurer gear, with Lily by his side. Are you ready, Lily? Belle asked. Yes, Master Bell. Dorara! Mini Dora chimed in, comfortably perched on top of Lily's shoulder. Oh, wait a minute, Master Bell. Better be safe than sorry. Your scar is mine. My scar is mine, Lily chanted, and her appearance shifted from that of a Chianthrope to that of a young elf girl with blonde hair. You have magic? That's so cool, Lily, Belle remarked. Lily, now resembling an elf, smiled. This is one of Lily's tricks to hide her identity. Master Bell knows that Lily is actually a Palom and not a Chianthrope, right? Wait, really? Yes, it seems Lily's disguise works wonders for Master Bell, she giggled. Bell scratched his cheek. Ha ha ha. Wait. He then realized something. If you've always been in disguise all this time, then why did the men from yesterday recognize you? Lily's shoulders slumped a bit. That was an oversight on Lily's part. There are only slight differences between Lily's Chianthrope disguise and Lily's real appearance. It's basically Lily's own appearance with dog ears and a tail after all. Both of them, along with Mini Dora, headed to the Soma Familia house. They used Belle's Anywhere door to reach straight to the front door of the Soma Familia house. Lily turned the doorknob slowly and opened the door. The strong scent of alcohol and wine immediately assaulted their senses. With a nod, Lily gestured for Belle to follow her inside. The interior was messy, to say the least. It was evident that no one had bothered to clean the place. They spotted some Soma Familia members drunk and scattered everywhere. These members were so inebriated that they barely registered Belle and Lily passing by. Lily paused in a corner, peering forward. That's Lord Soma's personal room and cellar, she whispered to Belle. I don't see the captain here. Good. They continued to advance toward Soma's room. Lily knocked 3 times before slowly turning the doorknob. Upon entering the room, they spotted a lone god engrossed in his work, seemingly indifferent to Belle and Lily's presence. Echoing message of midnight, Lily chanted, and her appearance reverted to its original state. She walked closer to Soma with Mini Dora already moved and settled on Belle's shoulder, and a bag of Valis, borrowed from Belle, held in her hand. Lord Soma, Lily, I am Lilaruka Arde, and I request your permission to leave your familia, she said, bowing respectfully as she extended the bag of Valis. Soma merely cast a brief glance at Lily before resuming his work. Lily clenched her teeth. Lord Soma, please let Lily leave, her voice quivered. It's no use, Soma muttered, briefly pausing to retrieve a bottle of wine and a cup. He poured the wine and handed it to Lily. Drink this. Lily stared at the cup in horror. It was undoubtedly a proper Soma wine, not a failed batch. She glanced at Soma, who remained impassive. She knew the fate of those who tasted this wine. She didn't want to become one of those addicts, but she accepted the cup and took an immediate sip. If it meant attaining her freedom, she would endure and remain resolute. As the wine touched her taste buds, an intense, euphoric pleasure washed over her. The taste, the aroma, the sensation, it was an unparalleled experience. A grin crept onto her face, her cheeks flushing. Then suddenly, she collapsed to the ground. Amidst the pleasure, she barely heard Belle's scream and Soma's sigh as he returned to his work. No, this couldn't be the end. Summoning all her remaining strength, she clung to Soma's leg. Tears streamed down her face as she struggled to speak through the wine's aftereffects. Please allow Lily to leave, she begged. Soma couldn't conceal his surprise. He knelt down and gently rolled Lily onto her stomach, lifting her robe and shirt to access her back. Carefully, he traced his finger over Lily's status before covering her back as he finished. It is done, Soma said. Lily weakly raised her head to gaze at Soma. Managing a faint smile, she addressed her former god, her voice weak yet sincere. Thank you, Lord Soma, for everything. A pang of guilt flashed across Soma's face at Lily's parting words as he handed the bag of Valis she had brought back into her hands. Belle scooped Lily up, a small smile gracing his lips as he gazed down at her unconscious form. With a final glance at Soma, he turned and walked away. I have wronged her, Soma muttered to Belle's retreating back. Belle halted, his usual warm expression replaced by an unusual coldness. Without turning, he responded, Yes, Lord Soma, you have. Please take care of her, young one. Belle nodded and continued walking. The anywhere door awaited him with Mini Dora standing nearby. Lily slowly opened her eyes, finding Belle's face close to hers. Master, Belle? Let's go back home, Lily. Home? Lily furrowed her brow before snuggling closer to Belle. Yes, Master Belle? Soma observed as Belle and Lily entered the anywhere door. The door closed and vanished into thin air. Soma stood in silence for a moment before doing something he had never contemplated in years. He abandoned his work and left his room. He needed to make amends. Hermes' Familia, despite being an exploration-oriented Familia, was almost always willing to undertake any task that could earn them Valis. They were best known for their delivery business and their readiness to accept odd jobs as long as they received compensation. Behind the scenes, Hermes' Familia delved into various areas, specializing primarily in information gathering and espionage. Their expertise was so renowned that the guild often enlisted their services to investigate and track goods within the black market. Those in the know wisely avoided crossing paths with Hermes' Familia. It wasn't due to their combat prowess, but rather a unique form of power they possessed, one capable of tarnishing a Familia with mere words. In her office within the Hermes' Familia residence, Asfi's eyes widened as her hands clutched a stack of papers. While attempting to gather information about the white-haired boy she had seen the previous day, she was surprised to discover that her Familia had already compiled a profile on him. Belle Cranel, aged 15, had arrived in Orario a couple of weeks ago from a countryside village, making him the sole member of Hestia Familia. That was the essence of the information on the first page. Nothing out of the ordinary. However, as she turned the page, her eyes twitched. The words had been deliberately obscured, redacted to prevent further reading. Normally, access to such personal details required permission either from her or Hermes. Given that she had no memory of authorizing the redaction, it must have been Hermes or someone granted permission by him. Hello there, my beautiful and lovable captain. A sudden voice jolted Asfi, startling her. She turned to see Hermes standing at the door, grinning. Next time, please knock before startling me like that, Lord Hermes, Asfi sighed. Nah, where's the fun in that? Hermes noticed the papers in Asfi's hands. Looking for something? Yes, and I'm also curious about. Asfi turned to the page with redacted words and showed it to Hermes. Did you do this, Lord Hermes? Hermes glanced at the paper for a moment before nodding. If you're asking about the redacted part, then yes. Why? Asfi inquired. Hermes walked into the room, his gaze fixed on the paper. He reached for it, holding the first page containing information about Belle. A knowing smile crossed his face. Let's just say that. Somebody found out I had been holding on to certain information about this boy, and she wasn't pleased, Hermes explained, waving the paper casually. Hey, I still remember how she even threatened to send me back to Tenkai if I refused. Hermes continued, visibly shuddering. Still gives me chills to this day. Asfi's mind raced, processing the revelation that the boy, Belle Cranel, had someone in his corner. Based on Hermes' words, it was a woman wielding either significant influence or possessing enough power and audacity to threaten a god. Well, this is unfortunate, Asfi muttered, crossing her arms. Her plan to gather information about the boy had been thwarted before it could truly begin. Hermes clapped his hands. Not quite unfortunate, my dear Asfi, he said with a mischievous grin while holding the paper. While she insisted on erasing that specific piece of information I had about Belle, she never stated that my familia members couldn't carry out their own inquiries, he added, winking at Asfi. The implication wasn't lost on her. If she wished to learn more about Belle, she would need to pursue it independently. Whatever information she acquired and any risks she encountered would be her responsibility alone, separate from her familia. In essence, Hermes would not provide assistance in the worst-case scenario. So what do you say? Hermes inquired, raising an eyebrow. I'll do it, Asfi replied, her decision swift and resolute. If her hunch was accurate, she had finally found someone who might be connected to him. She couldn't afford to let this lead slip away. A couple days later, in the living room of the Church of Hearth, Hestia was staring at her first child and the girl he had apparently saved while she was away. I leave you for, 3 days, and you already bring home a girl, Hestia huffed, placing her hands on her hips. When you put it like that does sound bad, goddess, Belle sheepishly said. Ha! Belle, sometimes you should at least tell me in advance or something, Hestia massaged her forehead. She then turned to Lily, who wasn't far from Belle. You can introduce yourself now. Lily weakly nodded. Lily's name is Lilyruka Arde, a level 1 supporter. Lily used to be in the Soma Familia and now wishes to convert into your familia, goddess Hestia. Okay, welcome aboard, Miss Supporter. Hestia swiftly replied with a smile. Lily tilted her head. My familia needs as many members as we can get, Hestia explained. There's no way we would turn away someone who wants to join unless they're a vile person. Based on the fact that Belle went so far as to save you, you're surely not a bad person, Lilyruka. Just Lily is fine, Lady Hestia. And also, thank you for accepting Lily into your familia. Lily bowed to Hestia. Ooh-ah. I'm not used to this kind of attitude. Just be yourself, Lily. Come on, let's make it official. Lie on your stomach and show your back, Hestia said to Lily, gesturing for her to lay on the couch. Oh, and Belle, turn around and no peeking. Yes, of course. Hestia's fingers carefully traced Lily's back. This is the first time I'm doing this, but it should work. There, done. Hestia then grabbed a piece of paper and copied Lily's status from her back onto it. You never update your status often, huh? Hestia said, as she handed the paper with Lily's status back to her. Yes, Lily thinks it was around half a year ago, maybe when Lily got a status update. No new skills or magic, shame. Hestia opened a small pink purse and retrieved a neatly tied-up black box. Here, Belle, a gift from me, she gave it to Belle. What is this? Hestia smiled. Your new weapon. Belle widened his eyes and immediately opened the box. Inside, he found a medium-sized black dagger with inscriptions on its blade. Whoa! Belle stared at the dagger in awe. Hestia couldn't help but smile at seeing how Belle reacted, like a kid with a new toy. Initially, Hephaestus and I considered making a knife for you, but after some more consideration, we decided on a dagger instead. It has a longer reach and wouldn't hinder your agile style of fighting, Hestia told Belle. Lily's head perked up as she heard it. Wait, do you mean Master Belle's dagger was personally made by goddess Hephaestus, Lady Hestia? Belle's jaw dropped. No way, I couldn't believe it. That must have cost a lot, Lily winced. Are we now in debt, Lady Hestia? She asked, slightly worried. Hestia waved her hand, smiling. No, don't worry. That dagger has basically already been paid off with no debt involved. Belle and Lily breathed a sigh of relief. Hestia stretched her arms. I think I want to rest until lunch. What are you going to do today, Belle? Back to the dungeon like usual? No, today is Monsterphilia. Lily and I want to walk around the city and see the main event in the Colosseum later. Lily had already explained the gist of Monsterphilia to Belle. Suffice it to say, he was interested in witnessing how others could tame a monster. Monsterphilia was also essentially a grand event for the whole city. Many merchants would come to the city and set up stalls and shops, offering an array of wares ranging from food to rare items that could only be obtained during this time. Belle thought it would be better to enjoy this once-a-year event if he could. "Hold up, mister," Hestia pointed at Belle. "Isn't that just a date?" Belle smiled awkwardly, his cheeks reddening. I don't that." But Lily cut him off. "And what if it's indeed a date?" She then moved closer to Belle and pulled his arm, hugging his left arm with her body. "Lily sees there's nothing wrong with it," she gave Hestia a smirk. Lily? I can feel your, Lily cheekily grinned at Belle. Lily's what, Master Belle?" She pressed her body even more onto his left arm. Belle, in his flustered state, couldn't form proper words. Somewhere in a secret room meant for mini Doras only, a chorus of happy Doras was heard as a monitor screen showed the scene of Lily hugging Belle's arm. They continued their cheers for Lily as they watched the scene closely. Back to Hestia, who was slowly fuming. "Nuh-uh, no. She moved to Belle's right and did the same thing Lily did with his right arm. "Screw rest, I will be the one to go with Belle today." "Oh, you don't need to worry, Lady Hestia. Lily will take care of Master Belle while you rest for today." "You must be really tired." "I saw him first, Lily," Hestia huffed. "Get in line. Wait, no, don't even stand in line in the first place. Belle is mine." The two of them were locked in a staring battle, with a very flustered Belle stuck between them. Hestia's gifted chest pressed against his right arm, while Lily's modest chest rested on his left arm. Neither of them showed any signs of stopping soon. It was too much stimulation for the poor rabbit. Honestly, Ice didn't particularly enjoy monsterphilia. To be precise, she felt a bit irked seeing monsters being tamed. In her eyes, taming a monster was wrong. Monsters should be slain on sight, no exceptions. Of course, she didn't share this sentiment aloud with others as she didn't want to ruin their enjoyment. On the bright side, there were many Jamagaru-kun stalls that sold unique monsterphilia special Jagamaru-kun. "A date with my lovely Ace." Loki giggled in front of her. Inside, Ace sighed at Loki's behavior. She had been pulled and dragged out by Loki earlier in the morning. Loki said she needed her to act as her bodyguard while she strolled around the city. Of course, Ace knew better. This was one of Loki's many attempts to have a date with her. Thus, she followed and stood in silence for most of the time, just like any proper bodyguard would. Loki pouted when Ace ignored her. She grabbed Ice's shoulders and gave her a little shake. "Boo, don't ignore me, Ace!" Ace responded with a deadpan stare. Loki crossed her arms, still pouting, and muttered, "You know, I'd totally confiscate that weird yellow windmill thing you brought back, ho." "Hike!" Loki stopped short as she saw Ace giving her a cold stare, a serious glare. "You better not do that," Ace said firmly. "I'm the goddess here, you know? You should listen to me." Loki tried to use her authority as a goddess. "If you do such a thing," Ace closed her eyes for a moment, "I will avoid you like the plague later." "Right, I'm sorry, Ace," Loki swiftly replied, coupled with a bow. She then tried to lunge at Ace, arms opened wide, ready for a hug. But Ace simply turned around, letting Loki miss her, and stumble to the ground. A couple of days ago, Ace shocked her familia by returning home from up in the sky with a weird item on top of her head. She told her familia that the item was called a gadget by Belle, and this particular one was named the Take Copter. Belle informed her that she could keep one for herself, but she needed to bring it to him periodically for regular maintenance. He also explained that he would need to charge something called a battery that powered the Take Copter during said maintenance. Suffice it to say, her familia was in awe, especially a certain Amazoness. Tiona immediately asked to borrow the Take Copter. At first, Ice denied her request, but after Tiona kept bothering her non-stop, she finally relented. She gave Tiona a simplified explanation of how to use the Take Copter, which may or may not have been heard by the overeager Amazoness. Tiona placed the Take Copter on top of her head and immediately shot up into the sky. She went so fast, zipping all over the place. All members of the Loki familia who were present immediately panicked at the thought of Tiona losing control. Their worries were unnecessary, as they soon heard loud laughter from Tiona, who was performing air acrobatics. She flipped around, did loops, and generally had fun by herself. She seemed to have a good grasp on controlling the take-copter in a short period of time. Then came the next problem, finding a way to get Tiona to stop as she showed no sign of slowing down. They tried to give chase and shouted at her, but she ignored them. Tiona was only brought to a halt after Ice herself used her magic to leap high and essentially tackled Tiona midair, forcing her to land. Tiona pouted and begrudgingly complied. Ice immediately took the take-copter away from Tiona and told her she wouldn't let her borrow it ever again. Not even the comical scene of Tiona practically holding onto her legs and begging would change her mind. Ice huffed. She certainly didn't feel even the slightest bit envious of how quickly Tiona had learned to fly with the take-copter compared to her. Nuh-uh, not at all. The very next day after she got take-copter, Finn one thing, but seeing a boy riding on top of a monster that was smashing other monsters was mind-boggling. The duo was tag-teaming the rest of the monsters, taking on every monster in their way. Gory, the silverback, let out a piercing screech as it flung a hellhound into the air, followed by Bell leaping up and expertly cleaving the creature in two with his newly acquired Hestia dagger. "Gory, in front, launch me!" Bell shouted, to which Gory nodded in reply. Gory leaped up, caught Bell in its hand, and then winded up before hurling Bell at high speed. In a blur of motion, Bell rocketed towards a hard-armored monster. With a calculated move, my familia needs as many members as we can get, Hestia explained. There's no way we would turn away someone who wants to join unless they're a vile person. Based on the fact that Bell went so far as to save you, you're surely not a bad person, Lilaruka. Just Lily is fine, Lady Hestia. And also, thank you for accepting Lily into your familia. Lily bowed to Hestia. Ooh-ah! I'm not used to this kind of attitude. Just be yourself, Lily. Come on, let's make it official. Lie on your stomach and show your back, Hestia said to Lily, gesturing for her to lay on the couch. Oh, and Bell, turn around and no peeking. Yes, of course. Hestia's fingers carefully traced Lily's back. This is the first time I'm doing this, but it should work. There, done. Hestia then grabbed a piece of paper and copied Lily's status from her back onto it. You never update your status often, huh? Hestia said, as she handed the paper with Lily's status back to her. Yes, Lily thinks it was around half a year ago, maybe when Lily got a status update. No new skills or magic, shame. Hestia opened a small pink purse and retrieved a neatly tied-up black box. Here, Belle, a gift from me, she gave it to Belle. What is this? Hestia smiled. Your new weapon. Belle widened his eyes and immediately opened the box. Inside, he found a medium-sized black dagger with inscriptions on its blade. Whoa! Belle stared at the dagger in awe. Hestia couldn't help but smile at seeing how Belle reacted, like a kid with a new toy. Initially, Hephaestus and I considered making a knife for you, but after some more consideration, we decided on a dagger instead. It has a longer reach and wouldn't hinder your agile style of fighting, Hestia told Belle. Lily's head perked up as she heard it. Wait, do you mean Master Belle's dagger was personally made by goddess Hephaestus, Lady Hestia? Belle's jaw dropped. No way, I couldn't believe it. That must have cost a lot, Lily winced. Are we now in debt, Lady Hestia? She asked, slightly worried. Hestia waved her hand, smiling. No, don't worry. That dagger has basically already been paid off with no debt involved. Belle and Lily breathed a sigh of relief. Hestia stretched her arms. I think I want to rest until lunch. What are you going to do today, Belle? Back to the dungeon like usual? No, today is Monsterphilia. Lily and I want to walk around the city and see the main event in the Colosseum later. Lily had already explained the gist of Monsterphilia to Belle. Suffice it to say, he was interested in witnessing how others could tame a monster. Monsterphilia was also essentially a grand event for the whole city. Many merchants would come to the city and set up stalls and shops, offering an array of wares ranging from food to rare items that could only be obtained during this time. Belle thought it would be better to enjoy this once-a-year event if he could. Hold up, mister, Hestia pointed at Belle. Isn't that just a date? Belle smiled awkwardly, his cheeks reddening. I don't that. But Lily cut him off. And what if it's indeed a date? She then moved closer to Belle and pulled his arm, hugging his left arm with her body. Lily sees there's nothing wrong with it, she gave Hestia a smirk. Lily? I can feel your, Lily cheekily grinned at Belle. Lily's what, Master Belle? She pressed her body even more onto his left arm. It's, Belle, in his flustered state, couldn't form proper words. Somewhere in a secret room meant for mini Doras only, a chorus of happy Doras was heard as a monitor screen showed the scene of Lily hugging Belle's arm. They continued their cheers for Lily as they watched the scene closely. Back to Hestia, who was slowly fuming. Nuh-uh, no. She moved to Belle's right and did the same thing Lily did with his right arm. Screw rest, I will be the one to go with Belle today. Oh, you don't need to worry, Lady Hestia. Lily will take care of Master Belle while you rest for today. You must be really tired. I saw him first, Lily, Hestia huffed. Get in line. Wait, no, don't even stand in line in the first place. Belle is mine. The two of them were locked in a staring battle, with a very flustered Belle stuck between them. Hestia's gifted chest pressed against his right arm, while Lily's modest chest rested on his left arm. Neither of them showed any signs of stopping soon. It was too much stimulation for the poor rabbit. Honestly, Ice didn't particularly enjoy monsterphilia. To be precise, she felt a bit irked seeing monsters being tamed. In her eyes, taming a monster was wrong. Monsters should be slain on sight, no exceptions. Of course, she didn't share this sentiment aloud with others as she didn't want to ruin their enjoyment. On the bright side, there were many Jamagaru-kun stalls that sold unique monsterphilia special Jagamaru-kun. A date with my lovely Ace. Loki giggled in front of her. Inside, Ace sighed at Loki's behavior. She had been pulled and dragged out by Loki earlier in the morning. Loki said she needed her to act as her bodyguard while she strolled around the city. Of course, Ace knew better. This was one of Loki's many attempts to have a date with her. Thus, she followed and stood in silence for most of the time, just like any proper bodyguard would. Loki pouted when Ace ignored her. She grabbed Ice's shoulders and gave her a little shake. "Boo, don't ignore me, Ace!" Ace responded with a deadpan stare. Loki crossed her arms, still pouting, and muttered, "You know, I'd totally confiscate that weird yellow windmill thing you brought back, ho." Hike! Loki stopped short as she saw Ace giving her a cold stare, a serious glare. "You better not do that," Ace said firmly. "I'm the goddess here, you know? You should listen to me." Loki tried to use her authority as a goddess. "If you do such a thing," Ace closed her eyes for a moment, "I will avoid you like the plague later." "Right, I'm sorry, Ace," Loki swiftly replied, coupled with a bow. She then tried to lunge at Ace, arms opened wide, ready for a hug. But Ace simply turned around, letting Loki miss her, and stumble to the ground. A couple of days ago, Ace shocked her familia by returning home from up in the sky with a weird item on top of her head. She told her familia that the item was called a gadget by Belle, and this particular one was named the Take Copter. Belle informed her that she could keep one for herself, but she needed to bring it to him periodically for regular maintenance. He also explained that he would need to charge something called a battery that powered the Take Copter during said maintenance. Suffice it to say, her familia was in awe, especially a certain Amazoness. Tiona immediately asked to borrow the Take Copter. At first, Ice denied her request, but after Tiona kept bothering her non-stop, she finally relented. She gave Tiona a simplified explanation of how to use the Take Copter, which may or may not have been heard by the overeager Amazoness. Tiona placed the Take Copter on top of her head and immediately shot up into the sky. She went so fast, zipping all over the place. All members of the Loki familia who were present immediately panicked at the thought of Tiona losing control. Their worries were unnecessary, as they soon heard loud laughter from Tiona, who was performing air acrobatics. She flipped around, did loops, and generally had fun by herself. She seemed to have a good grasp on controlling the Take Copter in a short period of time. Then came the next problem, finding a way to get Tiona to stop as she showed no sign of slowing down. They tried to give chase and shouted at her, but she ignored them. Tiona was only brought to a halt after Ice herself used her magic to leap high and essentially tackled Tiona mid-air, forcing her to land. Tiona pouted and begrudgingly complied. Ice immediately took the Take Copter away from Tiona and told her she wouldn't let her borrow it ever again. Not even the comical scene of Tiona practically holding onto her legs and begging would change her mind. Ice huffed. She certainly didn't feel even the slightest bit envious of how quickly Tiona had learned to fly with the Take Copter compared to her. Nuh-uh, not at all. The very next day after she got Take Copter, Finn asked if she could use Take Copter in combat. She told him she willings to try. Then Beatty was called as her sparring partner. Beatty mentioned how ridiculous she looked with Take Copter on top of her head and laughed. He stopped laughing after Ice chased her around with murderous intents. She learned that if she controlled the elevation of Take Copter to make her just float above the ground slightly and applied her own magic, she could move way faster. So fast it looked like she was teleporting to even the trained eyes of the Loki's executives watching. In conclusion, she could use Take Copter in combat. But she wouldn't, well, at least until it was really necessary. She could tell that Takecopter wasn't designed with combat in mind, as one good hit would totally wreck the small gadget. Back in the present day, she was now in a cafe, standing behind Loki, who was sitting with an obviously poorly disguised goddess of love, Freya. Seriously, was that even supposed to be a disguise? Because it certainly did a poor job, as it looked way out of the ordinary for people to wear, and even attracted some attention to her. Loki and Freya were chatting about Freya's new interest or something. She honestly didn't bother to tune in to the goddess's conversation. Freya left without paying for her orders. Loki grumbled as she stared at the bill she needed to pay. Then something caught Ai's attention. She turned her head to look outside. "What's the matter?" Loki asked, noticing Ice's ever so slight change in expression. "I heard screams and monster roars." "Eh? Wait, seriously?" Ice's words surprised Loki. Ice put her hand inside her pocket and pulled out her Takecopter, which she always brought with her after Tiona attempted to borrow it without her permission. "I'll go and check it," Ice said to Loki as she wore the Takecopter and flew outside. Loki, left by Ice, furrowed her eyebrows in a rare show of seriousness. She recalled her chat with Freya. The timing was just too coincidental. She muttered, "If this is one of your pranks, it ain't funny, Freya." From up in the air, Ice could see monsters prowling the streets. They chased and attacked everyone in their path, creating chaos as people desperately tried to escape. Her attention was drawn to a hellhound that was chasing after two young girls. She sprang into action, positioning her body and rocketing towards the hellhound at full speed. In a fraction of a second, she unsheathed her sword and executed a swift spin. The hellhound stood no chance against Ice's assault as her blade sliced through its body, including its monster stone. The hellhound's form disintegrated into nothingness once its monster stone was destroyed. "Are you okay?" Ice turned to the two young girls and asked. "Awawawa, you're the Sword Princess." "Yes." Several more hellhounds appeared, growling at Ice and the two young girls. Flames flickered from their mouths, lighting up the surroundings. "Get away from here quickly," Ice instructed the young girls as they nodded and hurriedly ran off. Ace readied her sword, her Takecopter's blade spinning as it levitated her above the ground. The hellhounds charged at her, some unleashing torrents of flames. "Tempest," Ace chanted, and a surge of wind enveloped her before she rushed towards the hellhounds at breakneck speed. In a matter of seconds, she skillfully dodged all of the flames and swiftly dispatched the hellhounds, turning them into a messy red mist. She sheathed her sword and took to the air once again, scouring the surroundings for more rampaging monsters to defeat. "Why me?" Hestia's scream echoed as she frantically ran away from a silverback chasing her. In front of her, Lily was also running for dear life while tightly holding Hestia's hand. "Run first, think later," Lily retorted. Earlier, Hestia refused to let Belle go with Lily alone, insisting on joining them. So the three of them set out to enjoy the day and spend some quality time together. However, fate had other plans, as a monster suddenly appeared out of nowhere, wreaking havoc in the city. To make matters worse, Belle excused himself to use the restroom just before the chaos ensued, leaving the goddess and Palom separated from the rabbit. This silverback was also strangely relentless in chasing them, ignoring all other people and solely focused on them. "Ha! Please slow down, Lily," Hestia panted. "Are you crazy? We have a giant killer monkey chasing us, Lady Hestia." Hestia whined between breaths. Lily's eyes darted around, searching for a way to lose the pursuing silverback. Spotting a wooden sign, she immediately pulled Hestia along. "This way, hurry!" "Awa!" The wooden sign read Daedalus Street. Despite spending her entire life in Aurario, Lily still couldn't comprehend the maze-like complexity of Daedalus Street. Its confusing layout had earned it the moniker Other Dungeon. Lily hoped that by navigating through the confusing streets, they could shake off the silverback and find a hiding place until help arrived. However, putting this plan into action was proving more difficult than anticipated. The silverback leaped toward Lily and Hestia. Lily reacted quickly, pushing Hestia away and leaping in the opposite direction as the silverback's fist slammed the ground. The impact sent a shockwave that threw both Lily and Hestia aside. The silverback slowly advanced toward Hestia, raising its massive fists into the air. Hestia and Lily watched in horror as the silverback's fists descended towards Hestia. But just in the nick of time, a pink anywhere door materialized in front of Hestia and opened, revealing Belle holding a reflecting cloth. With a swift motion, Belle waved the cloth in the path of the silverback's attack. Crash! The force of the blow was reflected back, sending the silverback tumbling several meters away. Tears of relief welled up in Hestia's eyes as she saw Belle come to their rescue. Lily, not wasting any time, ran toward Belle and leaped into his arms. Belle! They both hugged Belle, who appeared slightly surprised by the display of affection. I'm sorry it took me so long to arrive, Goddess Lily. Don't worry about that. Hestia shook her head. Let's get out of here. Lily agrees with Lady Hestia. It's too dangerous here. While they spoke, Belle had a different plan in mind. You two can leave now. Belle pointed at the anywhere door. But I'll stay. What? Hestia and Lily exclaimed in unison. Belle, no. Master Belle, that's a bad idea. the mini Doras, mostly being merchants from outside the city. "Quick, this way!" Lily shouted while waving her hands and flying through the air using take-copter. With the assistance of available adventurers, primarily from Ganesha Familia, the evacuation progressed at a steady pace. Lily's attention was drawn to an orc that managed to breach the defenses of the Ganesha adventurers and headed toward the vulnerable crowd. Upon noticing this, Lily swiftly dashed toward the orc. Lily positioned the reflecting cloth in front of her and rammed into the orc. Like a feather, the orc was thrown away easily. Wasting no more time, Lily immediately aimed the shotgun and shot at the orc, incapacitating it instantly. One Ganesha adventurer walked over to the incapacitated orc and finished it off. "Thanks for your help," he said. Lily nodded. "You're welcome. Still, someone needs to take care of all the runaway monsters. We're working on it and have already requested assistance from any available familia," the Ganesha adventurer replied. "It should be over soon." In the distance, another monstrous roar resonated, followed by the panicked shrieks of the populace. Lily hoped so. She muttered before swiftly flying toward the source of the commotion. One by one, the rampaging monsters in the city met their end, thanks in no small part to a certain sword princess. Aze moved with astonishing speed, swiftly transitioning from one monster to another. Her assault was unrelenting, reminiscent of a divine judgment, poised to smite down the monstrous threats. She soared high above, scanning the area for any lingering monsters. With precision, she descended upon a silverback that was still roaming. As she approached, however, her eyes widened and she abruptly halted her unsheathing motion. Instead of attacking, she maneuvered around the silverback and landed gracefully in front of it. "Ah, Ice!" a voice called out to her. Perched upon the silverback's shoulder stood Belle, waving at her. She instinctively waved back before the reality hit her that Belle was standing atop a monster. "Belle, what are you doing up there? It's dangerous," Ice exclaimed. "No need to worry, Gory is friendly here. Right, Gory?" Belle reassured Gory gave its now signature thumbs-up gesture. "Both of us are working to address this situation," Belle continued. "Would you like to join us?" Ice's eyes twitched. On one hand, Belle was inviting her. On the other hand, she would likely have to tolerate the presence of Gory to some extent. She gazed at Belle's usual kind smile, which she found somewhat cute, and then shifted her gaze to Gory, which responded with what she could only interpret as a smile, or perhaps a grin. Whatever it was unsettling. With a resigned sigh, she nodded. "Yes! Great!" Belle cheered. "Now hop on. We'll use Gory's sense of smell to track down the remaining monsters." "Eh?" Ice was taken aback. "She had to ride. That?" Gory gestured and patted its other shoulder, inviting Ice to climb aboard. She resisted the urge to lash out at the silverback, given Belle's presence. "No need to do that, Master Belle," a voice chimed in from above. A Palom girl with a curious little creature on her shoulder descended to the ground. It was Lily and Mini Dora, who landed not far from Ice. The Ganesha Familia has confirmed that every runaway monster, except for the obvious one, Lily glanced at Gory, has already been dealt with. "I see, that's great," Belle responded. "By the way, both the Ganesha Familia and the Guild would like you to come see them, Master Belle," Lily informed him. "They want you to report and to also discuss about Gory. I will accompany you." Gory tilted its head. Lily then turned to Ice and slightly bowed her head. "Your swift assistance during the emergency is greatly appreciated, Sword Princess." The Guild also informed Lily that if Lily encountered you on the way, Lily should ask you to join us in meeting with the Guild and the Ganesha Familia. They likely wish to express their gratitude for your efforts. "Well, if we're headed to the same place, let's go together," Belle said as he disembarked from Gory's shoulder. As Belle departed for the Guild, Gory trailing behind, Ace followed suit while continuing to observe Lily with narrowed eyes. Can Lily help you, Miss Sword Princess?" Lily inquired, noticing Ace's scrutinizing gaze. Ace's response was direct. You also have one." Lily appeared puzzled. "Have what?" Ace gestured at her take-copter and then at Lily's own take-copter. "Yes, Master Belle lent it to help Lily move around the city. He gave it after he saved Lily too." Lily replied, a smile forming as she recalled what happened before. Ice's gaze lingered on Lily's smile, the affectionate tone with which she spoke of Belle, and even the way she referred to him as master. Ice found herself disliking it. With a slightly sulky expression and a pout, "Humph," Ice huffed and looked away before hastening her steps to follow Belle. Lily, unaware of Ice's inner turmoil, could only watch her with confusion. Meanwhile, Minnie Dora, perched on Lily's shoulder, observed Ice for a moment before forming a mental note. It seemed there was an obstacle to their plan. "I don't know if I have to be proud or worried for you, Belle," Ina sighed, while Belle could only sheepishly smile. The crisis was resolved, and the aftermath primarily entailed collaborative efforts from both the Guild and Ganesha Familia to clean up the resulting destruction. Thankfully, there were no casualties. The Guild then imposed a fine on Ganesha Familia to cover the necessary costs for compensating those who were affected. "Worried, definitely worried, Miss Toole," Lily chimed in. "Considering he's still at level 1, yes, worried should be it," Ice added. Can I say something?" Belle timidly raised his hand. "No," came the unanimous denial from the three girls around him. Ina sighed once more before picking up a paper and reading from it. "Let's summarize the whole thing. First, Belle, Miss Ardy, and Ms. Wallenstein will receive monetary compensation for your efforts in dealing with the incident. Then the silverback, Gory, will be handed over to Ganesha Familia to be taken care of, since Belle doesn't have a tamer license. Lastly, the three of you didn't witness any potential perpetrator who caused all of this." Ina redirected her gaze to the three adventurers. "Is there anything that needs correction?" "No, but I will miss Gory," Belle said wistfully. "Lily is still grateful for that. Taking care of a silverback is not something Lily could even imagine doing," Lily added with a huff. Ice narrowed her eyes, her tone firm. "Belle, no. But Momotaro's dango makes everything." "No. Okay." Ina let out a weak chuckle at the exchange, amused by Ice's stern response to Belle's antics. She couldn't help but find it surprising how close Belle and the Sword Princess seemed to be, perhaps even a bit too close for her liking. Ina shook her head lightly, dismissing the thought as she picked up another paper. "All right, we're done with the report. Ms. Wallenstein and Miss Arde, the Guild is grateful for your contributions. You may now take your leave. As for Belle, please wait for a moment. Someone has prepared a quest specifically for you." As a member of Hestia Familia and Master Belle's supporter, Lily will stay, Lily declared firmly. "I'll stay as well," Ice stated. Excuse me for asking, but why?" Ina raised an eyebrow. Ice pondered for a moment before responding. "Because I want to." Ina stared at the level 5 prodigy with a deadpan expression, then glanced at Belle before sighing. "God damn it, Belle," she muttered weakly. "Fine, the two of you can stay. Miss Andromeda, you may enter now," Ina called out. The door swung open, revealing a young woman with aqua blue hair and striking cyan eyes behind a pair of glasses. She scanned the room before fixing her gaze on Belle, then took a seat beside Ina. "It's nice to meet you. My name is Asfial Andromeda," she introduced herself, extending her hand to Belle, who accepted it. "Belle Cranel, nice to meet you too, Miss Asfi." Ys and Lily, positioned on Belle's right and left, exchanged puzzled looks. When they heard that Belle had received a quest, they hadn't expected it to come from the captain of a well-known familia and the best magical item maker to boot. Asfi cleared her throat. "I'll keep it brief. Mr. Cranel, I'm requesting that you form a party with me starting from tomorrow." "Sure," Belle nodded. Asfi was slightly taken aback by Belle's quick agreement. She decided to probe further. "That was a fast response. Aren't you worried that I might have ulterior motives?" "The quest was brought to me by Miss Ina. I trust her judgment," Belle stated without hesitation. Ina's face turned slightly red, and she attempted to hide her embarrassment behind a paper. Lily crossed her arms. Her curiosity piqued. While Master Belle is okay with it, Lily can't help but be curious. Why would a level 4 Familia captain want to form a party with Master Belle, who is still at level 1 and comes from another Familia? "Could you please elaborate more, Miss Andromeda, or should Lily address you as Perseus?" Belle's eyes widened. "Wait, you're at level 4? "Call me Miss Asfi, or just Asfi," she replied with a wave of her hand. "And the reason I want to form a party with Mr. Cranel is to see his many gadgets." Asfi continued. "As some of you may already know, I'm a magical item maker. I would love the opportunity to see Mr. Cranel's gadgets up close for inspiration." By forming a party with him, I can observe the gadgets in action. Of course, I don't need any monster stones or drop items share, so you don't need to worry about that. So, you just want to watch Master Bell's gadgets? Lily narrowed her eyes, sensing that something was off about Asfi's explanation, but she couldn't exactly pinpoint what it was. Basically, yes, Asfi nodded. I'm fine with that. I hope you won't be disappointed and that you'll get what you need, Ms. Asfi, Bell replied with a smile. Thank you, Mr. Cranel. The deal was sealed, and starting from tomorrow, they would form a party of 3 consisting of Bell, Lily, and Asfi. As raised her hand tentatively. Can I join too? This new girl, Asfi, had just appeared and managed to form a party with Belle, giving her a front row seat to witness the array of Belle's strange yet amazing gadgets. It wasn't fair. Night fell over Orario, casting its peaceful veil across the city. In the residence of Hermes Familia, Asfi lay on her bed, now dressed in a simple nightgown. Her gaze remained fixed on the ceiling, lost in thought. She had accomplished her goal, contacting the young boy, Bell Cranel, and successfully forming a party with him. The unexpected events of today's Monsterphilia incident hadn't significantly disrupted her plans. In fact, it might have strangely turned out to be a blessing in disguise, confirming certain suspicions she had. Shifting her body, she reached for the bedside drawer and retrieved a small, intricately decorated wooden box. A sense of melancholy enveloped her as she slowly opened it. She observed that both the Loki's sword princess and the Palm girl had used it today. It didn't take her long to deduce that both girls had acquired it from someone who was close to them and possessed an array of peculiar items, or to be precise, gadgets. She gazed at the interior of the wooden box with a subtle, melancholic smile. Nestled within the compact wooden container rested a worn, aged-looking, yet meticulously maintained take-copter air cannon, a gadget that utilizes highly pressurized and condensed air to release a powerful, yet non-lethal blast of air. Infinity Lasso, a lasso that can reach any object the user thinks of. It can curve and bend to home in on the target. Typically used for item retrieval, but it can also be used to restrain opponents. Forgotten Stick, a gadget that can be used to erase the target's memory of events that occurred within a user-chosen time period. Momotaro's Dango. When consumed, any living being that eats this dango will become obedient to the orders provided by the individual who feeds them the dango. This effect can also be applied to humans. Bell o Iman, and a quest from Mayach Familia. Freya slowly sipped the wine in her glass, her gaze fixed on the nighttime scenery of Orario. Living atop the Babel Tower had its perks, and one of them was the ability to observe the entire city and its inhabitants from such a vantage point. She licked her lips thoughtfully, her eyes directed towards one particular church in the distance. Even beneath the night sky, he still shone brilliantly, radiating a beauty that captured her attention. Such a glittering, pure soul, nearly transparent at a glance, so beautiful and untainted. The longing to possess him welled up within her. But alas, this was not the right time. Not yet. While his untainted soul was undeniably beautiful, she desired more. She yearned to witness his struggles, his triumphs, and see him shine even brighter than before. Ottar, she called. A large, muscular Boaz man stepped forward. His gaze remained rigid, yet his eyes conveyed nothing but unwavering loyalty. His very presence exuded strength, which he modestly concealed, though not entirely successfully, in the presence of his goddess. "Yes, my lady," he responded. "I want to